Good morning and a warm welcome everyone to the second day of the second round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You join us here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit for what is going to be a real exciting race day. What's happening today? Well, the bikes on my right, we're down the pit lane. We're going to have the qualifying session all throughout the morning. Up first will be the Underbones, and yesterday was really interesting. Husni Zainal Faute once again right at the top, and Gupita Kresna putting up a really good charge. He was a teammate for the Zir LFN HP 969 racing team once again. In the TVS Asia 1 make, it was none other than the defending champion Hiroki Ono taking it to the top in the second practice. Now we go to the 250s. It was the rise of the rookie Murabil Vitoni taking it right to the top. Can he do it once again today, and can he do it over the course of this 5.5-kilometer long circuit? In the 600cc, it was the Prince of Sepang, Helmi Asman, but don't forget, Kasma, race winner last time in round 1, is looking good. Qualifying will be really important for the both of them. And in the thousands, it was the rise of Suzuki with Adam Nordin and AMI Suzuki Racing Team. But it's going to be Azroy and Nakarin with the highest confidence coming into qualifying and race day. What's going to happen? Well, the weather will play a factor, but for now it's blue skies. However, if you look in the distance there, we see a bit of dark clouds looming around. So, as it is with Sepang, it's going to be unpredictable, but the racing is going to be exciting. Join us for the race later on, but for now, let's head to qualifying on track.
And a very good morning from me, Barry Russell, in the commentary box. We are starting as normal on a qualifying Saturday with qualifying 1 session for the Underbone 150 class. And so each one of these riders who was 13th or below on combined practice times yesterday is in this session. And they are fighting for 2 places to go through to qualifying 2. And that will take place 10 minutes after the end of this session. And this session, as you can see from the clock in the top left-hand corner, is just a 10-minute session. And the riders are taking it very gently, way too gently, considering how little time they've got. But I predict that they will all go for it for the very last lap, maybe the last 2 laps. But the riders going around here will not be warming their tyres. So a slow start for this qualifying 1 session, and less than 8 minutes remaining. Green lights are flashing, green flags are waving, and there's a rider we can see on that long shot there who is getting down to business, followed by another one. So a couple of riders at least setting the example and getting down to business. So this is an out lap for all of these, those 3 riders going around turn 15 to complete their out lap. Let's peer through the early morning mist and see who they are. And they are the Streamo Uzi machines of Dawizi and Charles Shazras. Uzi team, of course, running Hondas. And they're 2 riders going together now in their attempt to get through to qualifying 2. 61 is Shaul Shazras, and the 51 is Dawisi. So they're making a push. Everybody out in this session. 1 or 2 surprises yesterday. There always are, but one of the surprise riders not to go straight through to qualifying 2 was Gavita Krishna, who's shown fantastic form throughout the later stages of last season and early stages of this season. He didn't. He was the first rider to miss out on going straight through to qualifying 2. Govita Krishna. So you'd have to the extent that anything in undervones is predictable, you'd have to guess that Govita Krishna will be one of the 2 riders going through to qualifying 2. But anyway, these 2 riders here, Dawizi and Shazras, getting down to business. A lot of other riders, as you can see, dawdling, staying out of the way. Less than 5.5 minutes remaining, and a lap around here for these undervones takes more than 2.5 minutes, so go figure, they're not going to have much time to put in a really good lap. And also coming through there is number 24, another rider who really should go straight through and qualify. That's Team One for All's Pirapong Lubin Peng, the only Thai rider in this category. There you can see with 4 minutes 45 seconds remaining, the riders who were dawdling around are getting down to business. They're going to have 2 flying laps. These 2, Dawizi and Shazras, are going to have another 2 laps. They've already got 1 flyer in.
Oh, someone's gone down there.
That used to be John Emerson and Gito's number. It's NJ
Yeah.
Sabratoro. Yeah.
That's an unfortunate situation for him, so that's definitely his qualifying done. He's holding his wrist, so that's not a good sign.
No.
What's happened is at turn 15, he's just tipping it in. We're kicking it a bit, and it looked like he saved it for a second and then just went down.
Yeah, he just couldn't hold it up, could he? That left arm stretched out a bit awkwardly. Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
Still holding that left arm. Hopefully, it's just a knock. Okay, coming through here is the number 96. That's Hafiz Sharil Rashidan for 4S1 Evo.
Time really does fly around Sepang. We already have 7 minutes in laps, and just like that, they will only have 1 flying lap left after this.
Exactly, yeah. Let's take a look at these. Arshad, the number 27, tipping it in there.
Yeah, Adib trying to make amends for what happened in Buriram. It was a decent performance, but he just couldn't stitch it all together. He's of course still very young, he's only 16 years old. And the hopes for Yamaha Malaysia.
Yeah, still really, they're not on a push. 2.5 minutes remaining, and the best lap time we've seen so far belongs to Dawizi, and that's at 2:36.7. So you don't need to be a mathematical genius to see that time is running out. Owen Sanjaya is a rider who really should be in one of the top 2 to go through. But only 2 riders so far have really got a good lap in. Govita Krishna has put in a 2:37. Idil Fitri, yeah.
It's more like it. So Wawa Pang starting off strong. Of course, it's only the first 6 times that we have. Faiz Zekri in 6 fastest so far, who didn't really complete any session yesterday. He had an issue in practice 1 and an issue in practice 2.
Yeah, I think we should be looking out for John Emerson and Gito, the number 25, for 4S1M. There he is, on the left of your screen, coming through there now.
Number
and
1.
he goes up to second.
Number 122 is another one that we have to look out for. Shafiq Rasul for 1XOX. Sorry, TKKR Rapido. He's definitely gonna try and find a surprise, but he's not really pushing into 1. He's cruising, so that, to me, that's done. That is done. What a waste.
Yeah, checkered flag comes out in a minute, so he definitely is not going to be round past turn 15 when that checkered flag does come out.
We see this time and time again with the underboards. They have such a little amount of time, and the tracks are so long around the ARC calendar.
Yeah.
There's no time to just be cruising on any lap. You just have to be pushing.
Yeah, Gubita making his move now, Daniel.
Yeah, Hafiz Faril now with a really good first sector as well. Adib Arshad as well, decent.
Yeah. Just 2 places up for grab. They're provisionally held by Idil Fitri and John Emerson Ngito.
Mandarisi sitting out a bit. Shadow Shazras. The sector times for Shadow Shazras is going really good. Really strong through sector 1 and 2. Fastest sector 2 done by Shadow Shazras now. And he's got a good pocket of air to sit behind. Gonna try to get past Faiz Zekri and get to the next one. Yeah, he does. Cleanly done. Checker flag is out now. Faiz Zekri, the wild card who had non-stop issues through practice 1 and practice 2. Sector 1 he's decent, but in sector 2 he's lost a chunk of time, so he won't be making any ways up. The Vulture bike as well, struggling big time once again.
Brianza making a move, but it does look like Shazras is going to put himself through to qualifying 2.
Yeah, that's another rapid third sector, so Shazras with, again, another good pocket of slipstream in front of him.
Yeah. Going to be decided in the coming seconds.
So it's reminding us of Shazras' first wildcard here, where he went straight to the top.
Yeah, he really was a wild card too, wasn't he? Exciting rider.
Adib Arshad getting the slipstream behind Shazras. What's going to happen across the line? Shazras does go to the top, and Adib Arshad goes second fastest. So the young talent of Umar Racing has made it through.
Yeah, nice work. So we'll be seeing Shazras and Adib Arshad again in about 10 minutes when they go through to qualifying 2.
Shazras held that lap until the perfect moment, just when he had a few bikes in front of him to tow him all the way, and that's why he found those times in sector 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, and credit where it's due, he was on it from the time that pit lane opened, so yeah, good example from Shazras. So we'll check those results now because that session is done.
There's a couple of the Vosges machines coming across now, but they won't be contesting the top positions.
No, they are the stragglers coming in now. The Vosges machines. Best time for them. They've still got a lot of work to do. And there's a moment while we wait for the graphic to come up to admire the gravel trap, which looks absolutely perfect. Looks like it's been combed.
Yeah, they've done a good job at making sure it looks nice and smooth.
Yeah, knowing we have this this shot. And there we have it, 2:34.505 was Shazras Shawaryuzi's time for a Streamer Yuzi Asia team. Good work from him, and 1.5 seconds quicker than Adib Arshad, who came through for Umar Racing. And those are the two that matter. Idil Fitri was 3rd, John Emerson Ngito 4th, 5th Ahmad Dawisi, Gubita Krishna 6th, 7th Virapong, 8th Shafiq Rasal, 9th Hafiz Faril, Owen Sanjay was 10th, 11th was Febriancia, Kiki Suleiman was 12th, 13th Faiz Zekri Sabri for KM Plus AHM Motorsports, and Tengu Amarul Hafiruddin for Vosges, was the 14th fastest. And Masato Fernando, no time recorded, and no time recorded either for AJ Sobre Todo, UMA Philippines, and Afisi Supat for Vosges AS25 Racing Team. So that's qualifying 1 done. It's all going to go off in qualifying 2, which starts in about... we're going to take a break and come back in just a few minutes with qualifying 2 for the Underbone 150s. We're at Petronas Sepang International for day 2 qualifying. Before... And after the shortest of breaks, we are back for round 2, day 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. As you can see from those universally recognized grandstands and the site there looking down the track, we are at Sepang International and we're into qualifying. And we've already had Undervoon qualifying 1 session, and now we are getting into the qualifying 2 session. And from this session, it's not over, but the top 10 qualifiers out of these bikes will go through to the Super Bowl shootout, which will take place later this morning. So a lot to play for here. We just saw Shahrukh Shazras and Adib Arshad come through.
Nature shot by our cameraman.
Yeah, it was there at the start of the previous session as well, while you were still outside, Daniel. It's the same bird, same place. It's well trained.
It's still on the hunt as this guy will be now.
Yeah, yeah. An ornithological influencer. Knows where the camera is.
That's someone who means business.
Yeah, for sure.
Aki's not wasting any time. I like what I see when riders really just get on with it. It's only 10 minutes. Sepang's a 5.5 kilometer long track.
Yeah, and once again, Shahrukh Shazras, he did it in qualifying 1. He got straight out there while the others dawdled, and he got what he needed, which was to come through to this qualifying 2 session. That's Zainul Fauzi, championship leader.
Yeah, if those watching right now are wondering if your screens need a bit of increased brightness, you do not. It is quite gloomy around the Sepang International Circuit. Quite a bit of precipitation around, but no indication of rain yet, and we're not expecting any today. It is Sepang. This was the Zainul Fauzi, fastest yesterday in practice 2, winner of round 1.
Yeah, looking really, really good, hasn't he? Showed us what he was made of last season, and he started this season really in business mode. So it looks like these riders are all getting down to it.
His knees tucking in style. His knees do go up, but he keeps it all nice and neat. See, when he adjusts his knees, then he keeps it tucked in ever so slightly.
Yeah, which is quite difficult, not to have the elbows sticking out.
Yeah, it's impressive. He's found his own style about it. I mean, he just looks like such a positive character, and I think that's what's really helped him move forward.
When there's so many quick riders and everything looks so even, you need something extra.
I'm just amazed at how he was able to almost nearly completely tuck in through turn 7 and 8. It's a fast turn, and he managed to keep it all balanced. And Hosni is setting actually really good sector times for riding without slipstream. This is impressive.
Yeah, this is going to really make a difference when we get to Super Bowl. You can tuck in through those fast turns.
Just looking at sector times, these are similar to the times that we saw in qualifying 1 for at least a 2:35. Very impressive from Hosni. Akin's gonna go as well. Akin's just come across for another lap, and he's done a really good second time as well. Wow.
Yeah, so this is a good rehearsal for what comes later.
Oh, huge moment there for Hosni. That was a close one, but he managed to keep it all together. Now Afif Amran has the fastest sector too, but let's see. Hosni will be the first to come across with a lap time, 2:35. 0.6 for Zizano Fauzi. Not a bad time at all for someone riding on his own.
Yeah, and not riding on their own are the two Pitspike super fast riders of Akid Aziz and Afif Amran. Afif Amran really looked the business yesterday. Could have gone faster, but two very different but real good quality riders here.
He has fastest first sector. Husni goes even fast. Husni's on his own and he's nearly a tenth. Yeah, he's over a tenth faster than Akid's fastest sector one with Afif Amran as company. And now Afif and Akid, they're going to set the new fastest lap time, I think.
The job here is to make sure they're in the fastest 10. So with just 3 minutes 45 seconds remaining, you've got to think that both these two are going to make that cut.
The advantage for Akid and Afif is that they have teammates right now in this session. Husni does not. So here come the two Pittsburgh Superfast GRT riders and 2:35 threes from both of them, but yeah, it's not going to be enough, I think. And again, we're not seeing any big group. This is the replay of what happened to Husni. Went down into turn 15, dropped the gears, engine braking kicked in on the rear brakes, and wow, going in sideways into turn 15, but Husni controlled it really, really well.
Yeah, didn't lose a whole lot, did he?
They got him at 2:35.6, and you'd imagine he lost quite a bit of rolling speed into 15.
And he's off on another good lap now.
Just set the fastest first sector. Akid, nearly identical time. They are riding together behind Husni there. That's why Yaji, I think it is. He's Nazirul Izzat, 2023 champion. So the good thing in this session is nobody's wasting time. Everyone's on it.
Exactly. And just looking at Fahmi Bassam times as well. So there is Nazrul, currently listed as 10th on the timing screen, but let's see what he can do this time. Got on the podium last year with a P3.
So this will be his first and only flying lap.
Yeah.
Shazza as well, leaving this a little bit late, but you can understand that he's done the first task, which is get into qualifying 2.
Yeah, but 4 riders are going to be disappointed from this one. There goes Wayuaji Trilaksana.
We haven't seen anything from Adib or Shamalamshar or Amafazo Sham, so only a minute left. They have to come across the start-finish line anytime soon to begin their flying lap. Afif and Akid are on another good lap coming through. Husni went across, he slowed down on the previous lap. So it'll be the final push from Husni.
Yeah, you can see Wayuaji doing his best to put a really good lap together.
Akid just come across with 2:35.1. So Akid is for now the fastest on track. Afif Amran 2:35.2. The impressive thing is Husni has done mid 2:35s and he's on his own. So for Super Bowl, that could be massive.
Yeah, and really good, exactly what they should be doing, team tactics with the two Pittsburgh riders, helping each other to achieve what they need to achieve in this. Just to go through to Super Bowl and gain the psychological advantage of being at the top of this timing screen for qualifying. Wayuaji's been looking behind him a lot. Well, behind him is his former teammate, Aditya Fauzi, number 177.
Yeah, I have a feeling he was just making sure that Aditya is keeping up. And maybe he's also waiting for Aditya to go in front of him, but we know how good Wayuaji's bike is set up. Aditya on a brand new Honda, which is actually set up by Racetech as well, so do have a bit of work to be done.
Okay, so these two, the checkered flag waves, and Wayoaji, Aditya Fauzi, 2024 teammates come across the line.
Not too bad from Aditya. 236.1.
Fifth and sixth, so they look safe for Super Bowl.
Nazrul Izzat's gone to the top, 234.445. That came out of nowhere.
Yeah, in his championship winning year, he kept coming out of nowhere to take wins. So that is kind of his MO, but that was a really good time. 34.445. Right, with nobody else out there challenging. So these two are already 1 and 2. Afif and a kid. Double A performance for the Pittsbike duo. Yeah, so the finishing order for the top 3 is Nazrul, who, as you said, Daniel, seemed to come from nowhere. And then really good teamwork all the way through that 10-minute session from Afif Amran and Akid Aziz. So Pittsbike team manager can take a bow as well for that. That was really well done. Defending champion Farmin Bassam for Yamaha LFN HP 969 was 4th. So I think we need to just confirm those results. They're not, I believe, going to come up on your screen. So let's just run through the times. Nazrul is at Bahauddin, 234.445. That was 0.464 faster than Ahmad Afif Amran. And Mohammed Akid Aziz, just behind them, was Farmin Bassam, 235.616. It's Saturday morning at Sepang for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. That means it's qualifying all the way through to midday. We've already had underbone qualifying sessions 1 and 2. We have similarly split qualifying for TVS Asia One Make Championship. Those are the bikes coming out now, as you can see, for their outlaps. And in this group, there are 2, 4, 6, 8 riders. They will be fighting to be among the top 2 to go through to qualifying 1B, and qualifying 1B will determine the top 10 grid positions. So the rider at the front there, number 11, Kanatat Jamin, a very experienced and very quick Thai rider who years back we saw on AP250 podiums, and he's a really good light motorcycle racer back in his home country of Thailand. So knowing a little bit about the Thai racing scene, I'm really pleased to see him in this category. He had rotten luck in round 1, didn't finish either race, and so looking for more for him. He's the number 11. It's going through there on your screen. Also in, oh, there's a lot of interesting riders here. Ati Kangya, another Thai rider. Let's just stay with Thailand for a moment. He's looking really quick. He had a decent year last year and started this year strongly too. And we've got Nixon Frost from New Zealand. He looks really promising. Hunter Corney did round 1 and was really quick. So looking forward to seeing more from those 2 riders. Daniel, did you speak to Nixon?
No, I haven't had the opportunity to see him yet, but yeah, he looks like he's slowly getting his footing in. A lot of riders using the long lap penalty, so that's something that we have here in Sepang for this round. Remember you mentioned to me that we were supposed to have it in Buriram, but it wasn't implemented yet. Now we saw in the rider briefing that we do have long lap penalties, which I think is a very welcome addition, because I think sometimes the ride-through penalty takes way too much out of a race and just ruins the races altogether. But a long lap penalty, yeah, it sends you a bit further behind, but you can slowly make your way back up.
Yeah, I do agree. In fact, it wasn't necessary. It was there and ready, but it was not necessary in round 1. So yeah, but I agree. I think it preserves the spectacle of the race. So you do a ride-through penalty and then you're just totally out of contention. Yeah. It's what, 45 seconds or something.
There's something that's new for some of these riders who are beginning their journey into international riding. If they never had a long lap penalty, that'll be something that they will have to look out for now. We already know that the technical flags and the black flags or the ride-through signs can be so hard to spot when you're racing on track. So now they have to really keep into mind that we do have long lap penalties. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, we've seen penalties served every now and then, but definitely Sepang is a place where we've seen a few penalties being served.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember Sartak last season. I think he had a ride-through.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did. Yeah, and yeah, ride-through basically takes you out completely out of contention.
Yeah, it's like 28 seconds, I think, in total, or a little bit more.
Well, it depends where you are, doesn't it? How long the pit lane is. But yeah. And it's just an awful feeling.
Yeah.
Just chugging through on the red limiter. Yeah, but at the front there is Hunter Corney. Now we know he's a quick rider, 14 years old, much fancied in Australia as one of the new stars to come through from that country that has such a fantastic record of producing great riders, considering it's got such a small population. And Hunter Corney is being coached here by none other than Gary McCoy. even if you aren't of a certain age, everybody knows Gary McCoy.
An absolute legend.
Yeah, just go to YouTube, put in Gary McCoy, and then you'll see why everybody knows him and everybody admires him. The Sultan of Slide, Gary McCoy. Back to this. In front there is Rendi, Indonesian rider from New Guinea. With him, a welcome return of Arshad Rushdi, number 14, the Singaporean rider. And Kanatat, the number 11, is with them. Well, on this very wide circuit, you can take all kinds of lines, but not quite going that wide, perhaps. Kanatat getting his head down. And Hunter Corney has the best time so far, after one flying lap, 2:25.047. What we saw yesterday was a best time of 2:22.6 from, of course, Hiroki Ono. More of which later. Going through there is KY Ahmed. And the number 5 of Ati Kange, he will be expecting himself to get into that top 2 to go through to qualifying 1B. Kanatat just moved to the front of that group. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I think Ati's gonna take it to the top on this lap. There'll be one more after this. Andrew doing a decent job as well. I'm waiting for Rendi to really come together, because I think Rendi's been super impressive in the Indonesian National Championship for the regional classes. He was on top, up against some really big names in Indonesia for Underbone Racing. He's representing East Papua, if I remember correctly.
Right, yeah, really looking forward to seeing him come through. I mean, these are, you pointed out yesterday, Daniel, that these are pretty much prototype machines.
Yep.
They have been built to race. You can buy them to go on the road, but they really have been...
Oh, Ati was on a good lap too.
Just kept that upright.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He was only a 10th faster than Hunter Corney's lap on that one, and that definitely slowed him down greatly. Still manages second though, so it's still an impressive lap by Ati Kange.
He would have gone to the top. Yeah.
Oh, but Hunter Corney as well. He's improved to 2:24.6. Hunter Corney is adapting really well to the TVS bikes. It's only his second round.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nixon as well. I will give credit to him as well. Nixon 2:26 in this qualifying session.
Yeah. Yeah, Hunter, of course, has done a race weekend on these machines before. Nixon, this is his first time, also 14 years old. That's Leandro Paredes, the Filipino rider. And this is a truly international series now. And just looking down here, we've got, just in order of where they are, Australian, Thai, Filipino, Indonesian, New Zealand, Singapore, India, and Thai.
It's a really good mix.
And that's just half the field.
Yeah. That's the beauty of the ARC calendar this year. And almost every year we have so many different riders from different walks of life. And it just brings different riding styles. I mean, we know when we see riders like Hunter Corney, a 14-year-old young Australian, he has no fear. And you can see the way he's riding. It's fascinating to see how different riders can be around the Sepang International Circuit or any circuit that we race on, especially in TVS when they're on the same bike.
Another lap through for him. That wasn't a particularly quick one for Hunter, but he still sits on top, and he's got another lap to go. He's just got through in time.
Arshad Rushdi's on a good one though. Arshad Rushdi is still in the group behind, so Sector 1 wasn't that great. Second sector is decent, but it's not going to be enough. But third sector was really, really good. That's Arshad now, number 14. Doesn't have any slipstream to help him to the line, but he will take the checker flag. Behind him is Randy, who did an okay sector 1, sector 2, decent sector 3. Let's see what happens. He come across the line now. Arshad goes 5th. Ate goes 2nd. And Randy up into 3rd.
So those are 5 riders through. We've still got Nixon and Hunter and Leandro yet to complete their laps, but I don't think they're going to change the order.
Yeah, I think the only riders who...
They're not going to affect the top 2 anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So impressive by Hunter Corney, making it straight to the next qualifying session. This is a good step forward from the young Australian.
Yeah, honestly, after seeing him in Thailand, I was surprised that he had to come through qualifying 1B.
True. He was impressive from the first session itself.
But coming to Sepang for the first time is a real steep learning curve.
Oh, it's intimidating.
There's Leandro getting another valuable lap in around this 5.5 kilometre, 15 turn, formidable racetrack, the Sepang International Circuit.
I think for like Hunter Corney coming to Sepang, and even for Nixon Frost, the big thing that they're going to experience is that the track is so smooth, you don't realize how much grip you have in the dry. And it's really intimidating going on a bike around here. You have to really trust what you're doing and find the limits without really feeling too much. I think that's what Hunter Corney's done. He's found those little improvements. Randy was on a decent lap actually. Sorry, Leandro. Yeah. He only managed at 26. Nixon Frost as well improved in sector 3 and sector 4, but 26.0 is the best he can hope for. But again, good step forward from the young New Zealander.
He managed to get 4 laps in, so it's Hunter Corney and Ati Kangea who go through to qualifying 1B, which will be coming up in about 10 minutes. Just missing out was the Indonesian Randy, and then it was Leandro Paredes, Arshad Rushdie, Nixon Frost, KY Ahmed, and Kanata, who still hasn't found his way on these TVS 310 Apache machines. So show you a quick recap of that, and then we'll be back at 9:30 local time for qualifying 1B, as we just take another look at the sky, and it does look dark, Daniel. But stay with us, we'll be back for qualifying 1B in just a few minutes. We'll see you then. It's Saturday morning at Sepang for the Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2. And this is qualifying 1B for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. So the top 8 grid positions will be decided from the results of this 10-minute session. So the bikes, as you can see, are on their outlaps currently. Lap times around here, best we've ever seen is about 2:20. Conditions here are quite cool. It's overcast, or even perhaps a little bit dark, as Daniel was saying earlier at Sepang. So we'll see how these conditions work out for these riders. Yesterday afternoon we had virtually perfect conditions. Cooled off a little bit, there was a bit of precipitation around, and then the last 3 sessions, I think, Daniel, AP250, Supersport and ASB 1000, the conditions were absolutely as good as they could be here at Sepang.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful, and it favored the lap times. As we could see, track temps went right down, and I think everyone enjoyed those sessions. No one will feel too much fatigue. These conditions, as of right now, close to perfect as well. It's a bit darker, but as of right now it's dry, so you should see some good lap times. I think Hiroki Ono will play the same tactic that he had yesterday, which is not waste any time. Straight away put in some hot laps. Because with the cloud cover right now, it's a bit unpredictable. You don't want to waste too much time. Yeah.
There it looks better, doesn't it? But it just depends which way you're facing here at Sepang, doesn't it?
It does. A great view around the whole circuit because it's pretty much flat except for the hills at the back there. Yeah, this side, this is where it looks a bit concerning.
Camera adjusting nicely to the light there.
It makes us a bit less worried.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can enjoy our ignorance of what it's really like outside. And before they're going through is Chirant Vishwanath. He had a good day yesterday. 3rd on combined times. Sartak Chavan leading those riders through. And I also wondered, Daniel, talking about the tactics of Hiroki Ono, whether going a little bit earlier, he might be because he's feeling more pressure this season from other contenders.
Yeah, I would think so as well, because the last 2 seasons, including the season that we started seeing him here, he would take a very relaxed approach because he was very confident. But now there is a challenge. There's a challenge for Sartak. There's a challenge from Chirant as well, and Ramdan. Ramdan's been he's always up there in the top 3, so he can't really relax anymore. He has to really gauge where he is pace-wise and then build forward. And I think as well the introduction of a rider like Luis Miguel might play in the mind as well. We haven't seen Luis really dominant, but we've seen how quick he can be on his first round itself. So now we come to Sepang, the story might change again.
Exactly, more time on the bike for the Spanish rider. And who knows, Hunter Corney, the number 9 they're going through, he's a real threat too.
Definitely, he looked good in qualifying 1A. And we have Kim In-jae, who spent plenty of time last year in Sepang. He raced a number of championships, so Kim In-jae will have a good feeling here.
Yeah,
he wasn't too far off.
Yeah, that's right. And he looked so confident yesterday on the bike.
I think Hiroki overtook him, and then Kim In-jae just tried to stay behind him, and he would have picked up a few points there.
Yeah, for sure. That's number 8, Luis Miguel. Just having a look around the outside there of number 6, that is Kim In-jae. Great to see Kim going straight through to qualifying 1B. So on your screen there, got Sartak at the front, Kim In-jae number 6, Luis Miguel number 8 in the background there. Number 4 bike is Chirant Vishwanath, who's also threatening this season. Yeah, really those 2 Indian riders, Sartak and Chirant, making their mark. I think spurring each other on a bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it's a bit of a contest between the pair of them, but They're doing really well to push each other to their best. And Chiranth now goes fastest. Luis Miguel momentarily was fastest at 23.4 for Luis and 23.3 now for Chiranth. Ramdan Rossi,
Yeah.
221. A 221.8 for Ramdan. That's faster than any time yesterday.
Yeah, my eyes just a moment before that flickered to the bottom of the timing screens, and I saw he was completely purple all the way through. So yeah, Ramdan, you know he's always there. He's always going to be going for the win, the pole position, whatever session he is. There he is, the number 2.
What a lap from Ramdan Rossi. That's his first flying lap as well. So let's see if he finds a pocket of slipstream behind.
And look who he's got behind it.
If anyone can respond immediately, it's going to be Hiroki, and Hiroki does. Fastest sector 1 coming through from Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes remaining before the checkered flag to end this session. I think it's a good idea to keep our eyes on these two. So Hiroki Ono just gone ahead. Ramdan following. He's done a fair amount of that behind TVS of Hiroki Ono in the past 2 seasons. Yeah, Hiroki pushing now. That was good. Sector 2 for him.
Ramdan's sector 2 was just ever so slightly faster. Now Ramdan has Hiroki right where he wants him. We're going to get a good slipstream behind Hiroki, but Ramdan did slow down through sectors 1 and 2, so it'll be the next lap if Ramdan wants to improve further. For now, Hiroki Ono through sector 3. Let's see what he does. It's a decent sector 3, but Ramdan was faster. So you can see now how Hiroki being in front of Ramdan will help him, but Hiroki was rapid through turn 14. Ramdan has to try and keep up if he wants to take advantage of having Hiroki in front of him. But as of right now, I'm not sure whether whether Hiroki's done enough, because sector 2 and 3 he's still a little bit slower than Ramdan Rosli. Oh, Ramdan lost touch of Hiroki there. He couldn't get the bike slowed down.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It kind of seems like the bikes are struggling a bit more with engine braking again compared to previous seasons. We saw the struggle with engine braking here in Sepang back in the introduction of the TVS HL1 make, and it seems a bit more apparent now as well.
Yeah, that's worth investigating, isn't it? Because that was one of the first things that were dialed out by the A-Racer ECUs.
Because we saw a number of riders struggling to get the bike slowed down into turn 15. You could just see just the engine braking causing the rear tire to kick out ever so slightly. Maybe some adjustments can be made for that, but now Ramdan goes for another lap. Ramdan is rapid through sector 1. He is 5/10 faster than Hiroki on the previous lap.
He's got 2 riders ahead of him. Perhaps not quite as much space in front as he might like. Let's see how he works this out.
Rapid first sector from Ramdan Rosli.
Yeah, he's behind Sartak.
Lap 2 through turn 7 and 8. Ramdan does make easy work of Sartak through there. One of his Luis Miguel.
Pretty quick group this, but Ramdan is definitely the first among equals.
Oh, fastest sector 2 again from Ramdan Rosli. Ramdan's going to go faster.
And that's especially good because he has been working his way past those other 2 quick riders.
Hiroki Ono completely backed off from sectors 1 and 2.
Luis Miguel there is the number 8, the 3rd rider in this group. Ramdan sector 3 again, fastest. Not being threatened by Hiroki Ono. And the checkered flag is coming out in just a few seconds. Checkered flag out now. So this is the last time around for this group. And Hiroki Ono is not threatening on this lap. So this very much looks like the Ramdan Rosli show.
What's he going to do now? This is going to be a really good lap. It's a 2:20 222.7 from Ramdan Rosli.
That is very nearly the quickest lap ever around here by a TVS.
That is the quickest lap ever around here by a TVS.
Right.
220.8 was reached Takahira last year in practice, but no one has done a 220.7. Unbelievable.
Brilliantly done. And as we were saying, he had to work his way past two other riders on that lap. Brilliant work from the Malaysian Ramdan Rosli. Congratulations to him. He will be your pole starter this afternoon, as Daniel makes his way down to ambush him as he gets to Parc Fermé. Hiroki Ono, second quickest. Third quickest was Sartak Chavan. Then it was Luis Miguel. And the results coming up now. So 220.784 for Ramdan Rosli. Hiroki Ono 221.858. Almost 1.1 seconds slower. Sartak Chavan third. Fourth, Luis Miguel. Good performance from the Spanish rider. Geraint Vishwanath threatening again. 223.3. He was fifth. Sixth, Ati Kangair. Seventh, Kim Min Jae. And eighth, Hunter Corney, who will lead row 3 this afternoon. So those are your top 8 starters for this afternoon. The other grid positions will be determined by the earlier qualifying sessions as we take a look at the recap. We are at Petronas Sepang International Circuit for qualifying for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 2. It's great to be back at this magnificent circuit here just outside of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. We've already had split qualifying sessions for the TVS Asia 1 make and Underbone 150 classes, and now this is a straight 30-minute shootout between, I think, 27 machines for their qualifying positions for race 1 this afternoon. So expect a lively session. Fastest yesterday, and it was a really nice surprise to see it happen. Well, it's the first time for a team in this class and first time for a rider in this class, and that was Yamaha LFN HP969 Indonesia's Mohamed Murabil Vetoni. He set a best time of 2:23.346 in the final session yesterday. Late afternoon yesterday, the conditions here at Sepang were absolutely perfect, and Murabil made the most of it to record that time. Next up for Maestro NWN SCK Honda was Irfan Haikal. Great day for him. Next was Chandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and Rish Takahira was 4th quickest overall across 3 qualifying sessions yesterday for TY Antares Racing Team. So great performances from those riders, and as you expect in the quarter litre class, each year a lot of riders come in, a lot of riders move out, and so we've got some really exciting young riders here. One of the more seasoned on your screen now, the number 65 of Chao Vietnam. He got himself on the podium last time here at Sepang, and indeed last time in 2025 in round 1 at Buriram. So he's well and truly established himself as a front runner in the AP250 class. Yesterday, not quite so sparkling for him. In fact, he was down 18th quickest with a best time of 2:25.991. So you can expect the Vietnamese rider to be pushing really hard in this qualifying session. Riders just on their first flying laps now, and got themselves warmed up. Number 19 just to the back of the picture there is Don Ampu, another Vietnamese rider. So going back to the performance of Irfan Haikal for Maestro NWN SCK, his teammate, the other Irfan Ardiansyah, he was 9th quickest yesterday at 2:24.1. So the Maestro NWN team doing really well. They've got a really fast pair of Irfans. And there is Davino Brittani, a young rider, I think 16 years old, come in from the incredible star factory that is the Astra Honda Racing Team. There he is, number 24. Made a good debut in Buriram. And yesterday, 13th quickest, 2:24.9. It's about 1.5 seconds off the best pace. His teammate, after a double win there, is Fadila. There is the 18 and 19. The Vietnamese bikes of Hu Tri and Don Ampu. You can see there the SCK Honda just pushing at the back of that group. And there is Rish Takahira Japanese rider in for the Chinese TY Antares team. Put himself on the front row for round 1 in Buriram. It's really unfortunate not to get a better finish. Had a puncture on the rear tyre in race 1. But he's shown his speed. He's shown how good those TY Antares Yamahas are. And he was being 4th quickest yesterday. We expect great things from him. In fact, we were talking about him 10 or 15 minutes ago when in the context of TVS, because he did the fastest ever lap at the time last year on TVS around here, and that award just got taken away from him by Ramdan Rosli by a tenth or two. But there he is, Rish Takahira. We know how fast he is, and he's on a suitably fast machine, and hoping for good luck this time around. So after one flying lap, it is Rish that's the quickest. And if you're thinking, why am I calling him Rich? It's because that's how he likes his name, which is spelled R-I-I-C-H-I, to be pronounced. So it's Rish Takahira. And there is Chao Vietnam going through again. 226.192 for the number 65. So not quite as quick as he managed yesterday, but in this session, 3rd quickest at this point, with 2 laps completed. Going through the trees there. I think we're still looking at Rish Takahira. No, we're not. We're looking at Chao Vietnam, and we're looking at Rish Takahira's teammate, Shin Chun Jang, the number 40. There goes Davina Brittani. There goes the number 19 machine of Irfan Haikal. I beg your pardon, the number 19 is Tonampu. In comes, though we haven't seen him out yet, but the championship leader there, the number 93 of Fadila Arbi. Double winner and therefore championship leader coming into round 2. He's going in with Aiki Yoshi and Galang Hendra. Number 56 Galang had a good day yesterday too. Best time for him, he was in the 223s, 223.8. And there is Fadila Arbi. You have to be confident to run that number in motorcycle racing these days. Does have World Championship experience, and he's bringing it to this class now. And having observed Astra Honda over many years, it very much looks as though RB has been charged. Okay, Daniel's down in the paddock. We're going to go down to him.
So I'm at the Moto Go Yamaha garage with Cameron Dunker. So Cameron, we saw you had a pretty big fall in turn 1 yesterday. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a long way off, and I was just trying to go a little bit faster. I was improving every lap, so I just tried to continue that. Just outbroke myself a little bit, and yeah, unfortunately ended up on the deck. It wasn't necessarily a big crash, but it's just unfortunate how the bike flipped a lot, and yeah, I had to miss out the last session because of how severe the damage was to the bike. The boys worked very hard last night to get it all back together, so I'm very thankful, and we'll see what we can do today. We got a lot of work, still trying to work the track out and whatnot, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, I still see you guys putting the bike together, and I saw you working on the wheel yourself. So how's everything coming along?
Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. It's not going to be. Some stuff that we didn't have, and thank you to a lot of the other guys here for helping us get everything back together. So, yeah, I mean, we just see how today goes. We got not much track time before the race, so just got to try and, yeah, do the best with what we got.
Thanks so much, Cameron. Good luck for the qualifying.
Good to hear there from Cameron Dunker. He walked away quite comfortably from that crash, but his Yamaha was really put through the ringer. Tumbled over countless times in the gravel trap before coming to a stop. And the rider that we just caught there, the number 39, is Kritapat Kankum. More of him next time we see him. But the Thai rider for Yamaha Racing Thailand, very much fancied, a hot property in his home country. Rish Takahira still stands as the quickest rider out there at the moment. Faris Putra, who we just saw on the yellow and blue colours of Cardinals Factory Yamaha Xynergys racing team, the number 31, I think now 17 years old, Faris Putra. Showed us his speed last year in Underbones. Very much a favoured son of Yamaha here in Malaysia. He made a really good start to round 2. So yesterday Faris Putra was, he did a 2:24.5 and was 10th quickest overall. There he is. So finding his form now, stepping up from riding Underbones to tanked machines. Beautiful shot there of the side of that Cardinals Factory Yamaha. He comes through again and he puts himself up to 4th quickest. He has the quickest sector 1 now. 30.7 seconds through sector 1 and had a very decent lap all around, so he is 4th quickest. 2:25.5. 2:24.0 is the target, and that's set by Rish Takahira, and that is 0.93 of a second quicker than Irfan Ardiansha for Maestro NWN SCK, who is 2nd quickest as it stands now, with almost half the session done. 16 minutes remaining, so we can expect a lot of these riders to come in for a debrief in the next lap or two. Number 37 there is Aiki Yoshi on the Kawasaki Moto Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech RX25, a bike that he's done so much to develop and really showed its potential last time we were here at Sepang in September last year, when he almost won both races. He was beaten by thousandths of a second in each case. We knew at that point that the Kawasaki had arrived. It's still a struggle because of the extra weight he's carrying and the lower torque that the 4-cylinder engine has compared to the twins that everybody else is running on the CBR 250s and the R3s. But the development work that he's done has been amazing, and his teammate, once again, having been his teammate a few years ago, is Andy Mohammed Fadley, a 2-time AP 250 champion. But Daniel's got somebody else to talk to in pit lane.
So we're at the Honglang Yamaha pit now with Kasma Daniel. Kasma, in round 1, it was the perfect start to your comeback into the 600s. Race 1, good chunk of points. Race 2, a perfect victory. So now we come back to your home race, and you started off really well yesterday, but of course Helmi Asman was challenging really strong, but overall it was a really good time. How did you find it out there?
For me, for this round, I just try to stay on the top. Even though I will try also for victory, but if can't, I try to get the podium and just try to get many points as possible, and just try to stay on the track.
So the transition from 600 to thousands, we know it's always a challenge. Now you're going from 1,000 to 600. Is that a bigger challenge for you?
For me, it's a good also. Even though in MSBK I ride 1,000 and in Asia I ride 600. My feeling on the bike, I feel like this kind of bike little bit small for me, but it's fun for riding this Super Short 600. Just only in round 1, I'm a bit confused and how to ride. But now I'm already adapt about the 600 riding style, so I think it's nothing problem for me for riding in 600, and that's why I have a fun ride for this bike.
Thank you so much, Kasma. Good luck for qualifying.
Great to hear from Kasma Daniel, and it's really good to see him resurgent once again in the ARRC, but this time on a 600, and it was fascinating to hear from him about the reverse transition, if you like, from 1000s back to 600s. Tricky indeed. Well, while Daniel was talking to Kasma, lots of changes on the timing screen, so let's just look at them. At the top right now is Cao Vietnam. He's done a 2:23.5 to put himself on provisional pole with 12 minutes remaining. Next up is Izam Iqmal for Victor Racing Team. Izam just been pushed down to P3 by Chandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Davina Brittani for Astra Honda, currently 4th. So those riders have pushed Rish Takahira down to now 6th, because Kritapat Kankum has moved into 5th. So in the space of one interview, Rish Takahira has gone from pole position, provisional pole position, to provisional 2nd row. On your screen there is Chandra, the number 31, Faris Putra behind him, and Izam Iqmal is the number 124 for Victor Racing. It's really good to see Victor Racing at or near the top of the timing screens once again. But at the top is Cao Vietnam. He has a 2300ths advantage over Chandra. Izam just 500ths slower, so the lap time's really tight here. 1 second separating the top 8. And holding up that top 8 is Mirabel Vitoni, who was quickest overall yesterday. So I was expecting a break during the last few laps, but that hasn't happened. So it's all action out on the track on a really quick lap now. Perhaps he was listening to the commentary. Is Rish Takahira, who had a good Sector 1, and he's done the fastest Sector 2 and Sector 3 of this session. So let's see if we can pick out the number 44. He's actually being held up there. So will he be able to put together a good Sector 4? Look at the number 44 there, just going through. Yes, he's put himself back on provisional pole. Rish Takahira for TY Antares Racing Team, back at the top with a 2:23.259, ahead of Cao Vietnam, ahead of Chandra Hermawan, and ahead of Izam Iqmal. And of course, we're all wondering, where is Fadila Arbi Aditama? Well, Fadila, best time so far, 24.721 for him. That at the moment is P11. So you can expect that to improve. Looking further down, riders are improving their times, including Fadil Al-Ghassani Priadi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Aldiaz Axel Ismail for Yamaha BAF Yamalu. And let's go back to Daniel.
I'm now with Honda Racing Thailand fast man Tana Lamplio. So Tana, yesterday was a difficult day at the start, but at the end of the last practice session, you started getting quicker and quicker. You have a lot of experience in Sepang. How are you finding it?
Yes, yesterday I keep my step by step, and I hope myself riding alone and can do that time for myself. And yes, today I feel confident and I push my heart and I keep myself and safe fight and not crash. And today I want to win podium.
So you have two teammates for this weekend in the Super Sport 600. Are you helping them to find the lines, or are you doing it on your own this weekend?
Yeah, this weekend so hard, work hard, and I will try my best. I don't know how to say it because can change the weather every time. Maybe I hope in less laning. Yeah, because I riding. Yes, I want to riding laning. I feel confident so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Tana. Good luck for qualifying.
Thank you so much.
A rising star indeed in the Supersport 600 class. We'll be seeing Tanat after this session is complete, because Supersports will be next up. But on the screen there is another very much fancied Thai rider. There he is, number 39, Kritapat Kenkum. Kritapat, as you can see, riding for Yamaha Thailand. He's coming in to make a stop. And following him there is Faris Putra for Cardinals Factory Racing. So they're making a stop with just under 7 minutes remaining before the checkered flag. Kritapat, while we were with Daniel, moved up to P3 here, so provisional front row. He got pole position in Buriram in round 1 at his home track. There is Izam Iqmal coming into pit lane on a quick lap now, while we're looking at pit lane here is Galang Hendra Pratama. Currently 7th, but looking like he's on a real push lap at the moment. Rish Takahira still sits with that 2500ths advantage over Chao Vietnam at the top. Then it's Kritapat, who is in the pits currently. So he's going to make a quick pit. Oh! And down is one of the Yamahas, and that looks painful. If I hadn't just seen him come in. Let's wait and see who that is. So Calvin Kinsell and John Reeves Emmanuel running there, the two Indian riders running with the SDG Arc Pro AP250 of Alfred Sablaya, the Filipino rider. 13 is Johan, 14 is Kevin. Kevin we know to be a good rider. He races in many places, many countries including Japan. So you know he's a good rider. Honda Racing India needing to make a step forward so that he can get himself regularly into point scoring, regularly into top 10 positions, because his ability would seem to justify that. Number 24 is Davina Brittani. Number 18 is Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam. Davino currently 6th with the best time of 2:23.8, so that's 6/10 off the provisional pole time of Riichi Takahira. I haven't seen too much of Andy Fadley yet. He just went through the screen, as did his teammate, the number 37. Galang-Hendra didn't move up with that last push lap. He was really quick through sector 1. He got held up during the rest of the lap. A busy group here, the number 56, Galang. 93, Arvi went through there. There's Galang just behind him. There's T.Y. Antares' number 40, Shenchen Zhang. Chinese rider and owner of the T.Y. Antares team. Doing a lot for racing. I had a brief chat with him last night. He's really enjoying himself here, getting himself into these big groups with fast riders, learning all the time. Irfan Ardianshah, we know his quality. He's having a decent lap at the moment. So is Chandra for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Izam Iqbal still in 5th. So Victor Racing still holding their heads high in this category. Two Kawasaki's they're running together. Andy Fadley, where is he on the timing screens? Currently down in 17th with the best time of 2:25.3. It's a hard step for him to take, coming back after injury and coming back onto a very, very different Kawasaki machine to the one that he won 2 championships on going back a few years. Daniel, what do you make of Andy's progress?
No, I think he made the right steps forward. In round 1 we saw it was quite the struggle, especially with the weight. It's a different way to ride this 250cc, and I think, remember that almost comparing it to how you'd ride a 2-stroke. You have to really roll so quickly because you don't have the torque coming out. And I think he's adapted well to it. So it's just a matter of him trying to get it consistent. He's already getting closer to the top now. It's really surprising me is Irfan Haikal's struggle currently in this session.
Yeah, he showed well very early on, but then he just got swamped. His teammate, Irfan, also not doing quite what we expected after his performance yesterday. Down in 10th. But another really good performance here from the rider on the screen here is Izam Iqbal for Victor Racing. Really impressed with him.
Yeah, Izam's proving his worth.
And of course, really impressed with Riichi Takahira, who's back at the top.
Is it Irfan Haikal or Irfan Ardianshah who's going off at turn 9? I think it's Irfan Haikal, so that's just more disappointment for the young Honda talent.
Yeah, Irfan Ardianshah is on track. We just caught him. Yeah, very unfortunate. There is 2 times champion Andy Fadley. We do welcome him back to this category, and I agree with you, Daniel. I think he's making the kind of step-by-step progress that you would expect given the machine he's riding and given the comeback from injury. He's in a good group here.
Speaking of another green bike, Gao Xiang has made huge improvements with the 1-for-all R25. 2:24.9, that's not a slow time by any means on a 250 around here. Only a 1.5 seconds off the pace.
Yeah, very much so. And yeah, Irfan Haikal was pushing on that, but didn't make it. So checkered flag is out now. So it does look like another front row start for Riichi Takahira.
Gao Xiang improved by 1.4 seconds, 1.3. over yesterday's practice session, so huge step forward, only a second and a
Yeah.
half off. Al Diaz as well. We expected a bit more from Al Diaz in this one. Then Shami, a lot of surprising names who didn't perform in this qualifying.
Yeah, you'd have to include, well, Fadila Arbi, he'll start from the third row. We know he's got a 200 RPM rev cut, but I'm surprised that I wouldn't attribute that to the difference. So,
Yeah, I mean, for Fadila, he's one of the riders in this field, including Davino Brittani, who hasn't ridden in Sepang much. Fadila's only Sepang experience was when he was in the Asia Telling Cup 2020, which was a much shorter season than it should have been. So he'll have a bit of a mountain to climb.
coming across the line for the last time is the rider who will start from pole position this afternoon for TY Antares Racing Team. Congratulations to them. Reach put it on the front row, starting from P3 in Buriram, and now he's gone better again to take pole position. When you look at the quality of the opposition here, that is just really quite something. There he is, 223.259 for Reach Takahira for TY Antares Racing Team. Chao Vietnam, after a quiet day yesterday, came through, and he will start from the middle of the front row alongside Chandra Hermawan. Leading row 2, Galinghendra Pratama. Next to him, Kritapat Kankum. Here's a Mick Mal. And on row 3, Fadila RV will start 7th and 8th. Davino Brittani, 2 Astra Hondas starting on row 3. And starting 9th will be the quickest rider yesterday for Yamaha LFN HP 969, Murabil Vitoni. Alongside him, Irfan Ardiansha, qualified further down than we expected. Decent performance for Faraz Putra and Cardinals Factory. They're 11th. 12th, Aiki Yoshi. 13th, Daniel Shami for Uma Racing. Aldiaz Axel Ismail for Yamaha BAF Yamalu. I think we saw him crash in that session. Then it was Gao Zhang. Then Andy Mohammed Fadli. Then Fadil Al-Ghassani Priyadi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Irfan Haikal down in 18th. That's a surprise, as you were saying, Daniel. 19th, Kevin Kintel. Hutri was 20th for Honda Racing Vietnam. Shenchen Zhang will start 21st. And next to him, Don Ampu for Estremo Yuzi Asia Team. This is a big field. Alfred Savlaya for SDG Hart Pro is 23rd. 24th, Johan Reeves Emmanuel. Jazil Jarami, 25th. Liu Gyung Yuan for One For All, and Longnan Zer for Victor Racing will start at 27th. Big field this afternoon. Lots of drama promised. That's the AP 250 qualifying sorted out. We look forward to the next session, which will be the Supersport 600s. So stay with us at Sepang International Circuit. We're here for round 2 of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
So Reach, it's a fantastic result for you and your team. Really good since round one, and now pole position for this race. How is it out there?
So very happy. So and today is so very good conditions and so very good bike, and very good team. Is so I say thank you.
Thank you so much, Reach. Congratulations and good luck for the race.
You're with us for qualifying at Sepang International Circuit. This is round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we are deep into Saturday morning qualifying. This is, as you can see, qualifying, which is a straight 30-minute shootout for grid positions. The Supersport 600 first through there to begin a flying lap is Adinata Putra, one of the championship contenders for this season. Behind him, Herjan Atner Fredaus, his Astra Honda teammate, and Klaas Ricci, having won the AP250 championship last season. And just behind them is another two championship contenders in fact, Karolidin Pawi and Anupam Sarmoon. There goes number 21, Adinata. Herjan just behind him, getting a bit of a tow from his more experienced teammate. Atalanta was in a similar position 2 seasons ago. Rookie in 2023, really came strong as a championship contender in 2024 and must be fancied for this year. But fantastic competition in this class too, coming from Malaysian rivals. Helmi Asman, who was quickest yesterday on combined times, and Karaluddin Pawi. Daniel, we were saying that maybe Karaluddin Pawi didn't have such a sparkling start to the season, but looks like he was finding some form later in the day yesterday.
Yeah, perhaps he's still adapting to the Asia Road Racing Spec 600 class, so it is a bit different from the World Supersport bike. So everything needs to be set up again for him. Although they do have a base setup, so I'm sure that has helped him. And especially now that we come back to Sepang, I think it will definitely be a boost for him to understand how to ride this bike again. He's been riding in practice 1, we saw practice 1, practice 2. He wasn't too far off the pace, but he wasn't the kid that we've seen in the past. But in practice 3, it all came together for him with a 2:10.5.
Yeah, the 2023 kit was something to behold. Atalanta just moved out of the way there to let Hergen, number 46 for Astra Honda, go on his way, having towed him around for a couple of laps. Hergen currently sits at the top with a 2:11.166.
It's not a bad time for Hergen, that's his fastest of the weekend.
Yeah, it is.
Look at the clouds coming over. So I'm not surprised if we see only a couple of laps and then, someone's binned it.
I thought I heard
That's
that.
Anupab.
That's Anupab, yeah. Anupab in the gravel.
That's at turn 14, that's a 13 actually, yeah, that's a fast place to crash out on. About 160 kilometers per hour leading in.
Well, it's okay. He's a strong lad, so he's picking it up. So that's the good news.
Just on the rotation. Oh, Helmi's clattered into him. Helmi's actually bumped Anupab off. Yeah, Helmi was carrying more speed and just couldn't make it around Anupab. I think he went to the inside thinking Anupab was going wide, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, the first thing Anupab did as he stood up was look down the road to see who had clattered him.
Yeah. The news is Anupab is okay, but that's going to take a chunk of time out of qualifying. I think he's going to straight away go in qualifiers. Helmi's done a 2:08. That's after this incident. Is Helmi on qualifying rears?
Yeah, this is what we want to have a look at now. We haven't seen Helmi up close yet in this session.
Cosmos has done a 2:10.3. Dalmonk's done a 2:10.6.
That's a really unfortunate start for Yamaha Thailand and Anupab. Currently second in the championship. There's Rocco Sessler leading that group.
I wonder if he was checking whether he had qualifying rears on. It looked like he was looking at the back of his tire. Here's Helmi Asman, he's on qualifying rears, so that's where that 2:08 came from. Helmi slowed down a lot on this lap, so I'm not sure what's going on there. He's not on the push. Tanat's in front of him.
So there's Helmi and his qualifiers. See. Okay, Tanat is also on qualifiers.
I think everyone's worried about the weather. This is a replay of what happened. Helmi is right behind Anupab. Anupab went slightly wide. Helmi trying to make a pass. And Helmi just clatters into the rear of Anupab. They just essentially bumper biking him off the racing line, and that's... We're gonna have a look at that.
Yeah, it's difficult.
I mean, yeah, Helmi definitely had the superior speed through there. Anupab was a bit slow in the racing line, but it's hard to say Anupab made any error there.
Yeah. I think we just have to call that a racing incident.
Yeah, I would think so. Helmi goes on for a third lap on the qualifying race, so he slowed down on that lap to try and preserve the tire. But let's see if it has any more life in it. We've seen that the Dunlop qualifiers have improved. They are able to do 3 flying laps.
So we're staying with Helmi. currently got a 208.778. That's, yeah, 1.5 seconds quicker than he did yesterday. That seems about right for the qualifying rear, doesn't it?
We haven't seen a 208 since Apiwat, champion last year. So actually a really rapid time from Helmi. Previously we've only had 209s, low 209s. Helmi, a 208.7, very good. But Kasma, without the qualifying race, 210.0. This is not over yet.
Yeah, so if the qualifier does give you 1.5 seconds, then Kasma could threaten pole position there, but Helmi is on the move.
Just to illustrate how much faster that qualifying race is, half a second through sector 2 over Kasma. So Helmi might be on for a low 208.
And Helmi really is on it this weekend.
Asanantatis has done his best of the weekend, 210.4, but I don't think we saw qualifying race on his bike. It's Kasma now. He's done a really good lap on race tires. This Helmi, he has a bit of traffic in front of him. He's really quick through 13 and 14, so... Oh, sector 3 fastest from Helmi as well. This is another rapid lap from Helmi Asman. Kip is a little bit in front of him. In front of Helmi is still Tana Lamplio, so Tana might be on a decent one as well. Does Kip have qualifying race? No, Kip has a normal race compounds. Helmi on the inside of Tana there. Tana going super wide.
We know Tana has, so he needs to put them to use. I think that's 2 laps on qualifiers that the number 31 Tana has had.
Oh, Helmi's done a 208.7. So he lost time in sector 4. I think that the life in that qualifying rear was struggling already.
Yeah, so he'll cruise around and spend the rest of the session getting himself set up for race 1 this afternoon.
As of right now, that is the lap record for the qualifying race. Kip had 208.8 in 2023. That's when Kip was on fire.
Yeah.
Kasma comes back in now.
Yeah, Kasma could also be looking skyward and thinking, best get that qualifier on.
Yeah, he just lifted his visor just to check again.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're gonna quickly get that bike fitted with the green strip tires. Harpaz, Kasma's teammate. Decent time this weekend, 211s. So they'll need to find 210s with the race tires being in podium contention.
Yeah. Looking at Sharafuddin Asman there in the Idemitsu Honda Malaysia Racing Team. He's got a qualifier on the rear. And here's Carl Paz, still on mediums.
Kasma looks relaxed. I think he can be with the 210.0. That's the fastest race tire time of the weekend. Looks very calm. This is Helmi Asman. This is an in lap for Helmi. Suspect he'll be working on his race setup after this.
So Kip currently 6th with a 210.8. Yeah, there's a lot of sorting out to be done here in this field in the next 17.5 minutes. In comes Kip.
Bit of showboat in there from Kip.
Helping to engage the pit lane limiter. So all 3 of those Idemitsu Honda Malaysia Racing machines are in.
Most of the paddock are back in the grid, into the pit boxes. Only Dambok now is coming out, Sharafuddin Asman. Out on track still, Kisara Tanachot, Shajin Tong.
Yeah, and Kyle coming in.
I'm just wondering whether we'll get Anupab out in time.
Yeah, that's a concern. Although, for the purposes of television. Anupam starting from the back could make things lively. Sway Nugroho, number 89.
Racing Thailand's Jakarpat, as well as Kitsada, still out on track. Satanat earlier with his qualifying race, so 210.2. It's the best he can ask for from the qualifiers.
Yeah, Rocco Sessler coming in too for on the Team 1 for All Yamaha. 212.4, his best time.
Yeah, Rocco not as fast as he was in practice 3 yesterday.
Tanner must be on his third lap on that qualifier.
Yeah, this is lap number 4 actually from him already. He did his third lap on the previous one.
That's one more than he should be doing according to the guidelines.
Well, if he's managed to stretch that tire for 4 laps, then I think Dunlop
Then
has
he's
a
probably
new...
not going fast enough.
Yeah. Either that or Dunlop has found himself a very good new test rider. It's sharper than Osman with the qualifying race, so let's see what he can do. On normal compounds, he did 2 minute 10.6, which is far faster than what he was yesterday.
He goes, Kazma.
That should be qualifying race on his bike.
Oh, was it?
I didn't see green on the tire.
I didn't see it either.
He's on the left side, so we'll have to try and have an... Yeah, I think that is qualifying race. I see a strip there.
Should be, shouldn't it? It's Helmi, the only rider so far to make really full use of the qualifier. Chatting there with Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, that's Kasman with qualifying race, so it is.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Osman's done a decent sector 1, so he'll be reducing his lap time.
Photographers there seem to be intent on something. I'm not sure what. Oh, that's JDT pit.
Can't really tell. There's Sergeant Tom.
Anyway, yeah, let's go back with Sergeant Tom.
2:15.145. As fast as yesterday, 2:14.9. He is he's yet to use his qualifying race.
Sharafuddin Azman improving as expected on that qualifier.
Yeah, looking at the lap time, it's going to be lower 210, potentially, depending on sector 4, higher 209. Cars coming out on qualifying race.
We just had a quick peep inside the Yamaha Racing Thailand pit there, and I think I saw Anupam out of his leathers.
Sheffield Osman's at a 209.5. Stitched up that sector 4 really nicely, nearly
That's good.
identical.
He's got another 2 laps on that qualifier as well, so that's going well for him. That's why Nugroho. And Ferozi. Ferozi Torikatula, 211.9 for him on race tyres.
Kasma begins his flying lap now. Let's see what sector 1 brings Kasma Daniel.
Yeah. Good interview you did there with Kasma. Just talking quite frankly, I thought, about getting to grips with riding the 600 and the kind of, reverse adjustment he needed to do.
Kasma got through sector 1 decent, but it won't be enough yet. Kasma's strength usually comes in sector 2 and sector 3. fastest sector actually yesterday was sector 4 if I remember correctly, so let's see what Kasma can do. Faruzi once again with the top speed of the session. His bike clearly has enough power, and Faruzi brave to keep it pinned.
Kasma making some improvements.
Just get the message there. So Anupab and Helmi will have to report to race control after the session, which is understandable.
Yeah, understandable. I'd be surprised if any action is taken. But it's some years now since I was an official, so what do I know? Nothing.
Here's Damak now. Decent sector 3 from him, but sector 1 and sector 2 not enough. This time at 209.591, so identical, nearly identical lap time to his best. Kasma's going faster. Kasma's a whole couple of tenths faster in sector 3. Sector 2 he's a tenth up. Sector 4 is where Kasma comes alive, so let's see what the first flying lap gives Kasma. And it'll be one lap at least for him just to understand the grip level, and then the second one should be his best.
And the Yamaha Racing Indonesia riders are both out on their out laps.
209.1 from Kasma on his first flying lap. Let's see what lap number 2 brings him. Helmi waited until his third flying lap to set the best. Let's see if Kasma really has what it takes to take Helmi off provisional pole. Carl Paz, who's on qualifying race, has just come across sector 1 with a decent time, sitting in 11th for now. Kasma's up in sector 1. That's 2 tenths faster than the last lap, so this is provisionally a 208 coming in for Kasma. Green strip there, unmistakable to just reconfirm it is qualifying tires on Kasma's bike. The worry there, which is why a lot of riders slapped on the qualifying rears midway. It's that dark cloud looming over.
Exactly, and just looking at what's going on elsewhere, we haven't seen him, but I think Adananta is out now on qualifiers, so that's the other one to really watch out for. But for now, it's the rider on your screen there, Kasma Daniel Kazmayuddin.
Sector 2 is good as well. It's similar to Helmi's, but it's not faster. They'll have to rely on sector 3 and 4 to make this to pole. Here comes Kasma up the hill into turn 10. He's looking very tidy, Kasma.
Yeah, he's got this 600 riding thing back again.
2, 11, 12 and 13 he goes. We saw the incident with Helmi and Anupab. Sector 3, another fast sector from Kasma. He needs a strong sector 4. It's going to be close to Helmi's lap time, that's for sure. This is going to be a 208 coming in from Kasma Daniel. Wahyu Nugroho just in front of him there.
Yeah, he's on an out lap.
Sorry, Farozi. Here's Kasma.
Farozi, yeah.
Turn 15, he needs to get the drive out. No, big chatter there for Kasma. Right on the end of turn 15. Did that affect his lap time? Here comes Kasma Daniel now, across the line. It's a 208.9. It's sector 4 there, that big chatter he had into 15. That definitely disrupted him. And oh, Helmi now getting in the way of Kip's exit out of 15.
Whoops. A wave of apology there, I think.
2-3 riders. Kip's gone
Yeah,
208. So
yeah.
despite Helmi getting in the way, Kip managed a really fast time, and a bit of disagreement or confusion between Helmi and Kip there.
Yeah, there's definitely a misunderstanding. There wouldn't have been any intention, far from it.
So Kip's backed off from this one. He went completely off. I think Helmi's trying to help Kip to try and get him up into the higher positions, but Kip backed off completely at turn 1, and yeah, it's just misunderstanding clearly. Wahyu Nugroho's done a really good sector 1.
So your provisional front row, Helmi, Kip, Kasma, and looking for another Honda. We're looking for the Astra Honda of Adananta Putra, the number 21.
Second one was okay from Adananta, but it's about 2-3 times slower than he needs to be. Oh, someone's gone off. That's one of the Honda Thailands. Ah, that's Kitsada.
Yeah, it's Kitsada.
Yeah, I can see frustration there. It's a better day today for Kitsada, but that bike is
Yeah, that looks pretty second-hand. So he's done. Looks like not a great session for the Thai riders. Tanat down in 6th currently. Here are some Astra Hondas. There was Hergen, followed by Razor.
Carapaz came across with a 210.4. Adinanta's up in sector 3. Kazma goes fastest now, 208.7. Kazma on the 3rd flying lap has set the fastest time of the session. That's provisional pole for Kazma Daniel. Yeah, he's looking down there at his lap timer. I think he can be happy about that for now. Will anyone threaten the top 3 for the Supersport 600? And will anyone take Kazma off pole? He's been brilliant. You can see a mini celebration there from Kazma.
I don't think anybody's going to do it.
That's a tough one to be. He wasn't even faster in sector 1, sector 2. He just maximized sector 3 and 4.
Yeah, Adinanta's just starting another lap. But I don't think he's going to threaten at the very top.
209 from Adinanta, not a bad time, but it's a second off what Kazma and Helmi were able to do. Kip's going faster now in sector 1, so the original plan for the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia boys resumes. I think Kip might be able to threaten Kazma's lap with a little bit of a tow from Helmi now. Adinanta's up in sector 1. Adinanta Putra, fastest sector 1.
So there again, he heard me say I don't think he's going to threaten the top. Well, here he comes, and we know he never gives up. The championship chase he did last season was fantastic. But he hasn't been right at the top of his game so far this weekend.
This gets interesting now. A decent second sector for Adinanta. But sector 3 and 4 where it really matters. Kip now closing on Helmi again, so Kip has that extra speed with that qualifying rear. Helmi just needs to make sure he doesn't get in the way of Kip. Look at the drive Kip gets out of turn 10.
Yeah, Helmi's gonna, I guess.
Oh, huge moment there for Kip on the exit of turn 11.
So that's cost him. But I guess that as they come through turn 14, Helmi's gonna get out of the way.
Yeah, Helmi needs to move out and give Kip the room. Now Helmi stays in front. What's the sector times looking for Kip? Yeah, sector 2 and 3, it's not enough. I don't think it's going to be enough. It'll still be another good lap from Kip, but it's not going to be enough to take Kazma off pole. Adinanta's on a good one,
yeah,
but sector 3, he's slower there. That's the issue. Oh, Kip went really deep into 15. Comes around now. It's not going to be enough. It will be another 209 for Kip.
Yeah, Kazma's sector 3 wasn't that good. And he's on top.
Now Kazma's done 3 laps in the qualifiers. He's back into pit lane now. Here's Adinanta.
Adinanta.
It's not going to be enough. Yeah, 4th. It's sector 3 and 4 where Adinanta's been struggling.
He's got another lap, Adinanta. 3 minutes before the checkered flag comes out.
Rocco Sesta's done a good job. He's up into 10th with a 2-minute 10.2.
Yeah, Helmi and Kip continuing with this strategy. Let's take a look at that moment there for... Oh yeah, that was a proper moment there for Kip.
Yeah, I think it's just suspicion, but it looks like Kip had to roll off the throttle a bit longer than he wanted to, and when he wanted to put in a bit more gas, it was quite late.
Yeah, Helmi's let him go now.
Rocco's up again in sector 1, so Rocco potentially might find himself up into 9th ahead of Tanat, because Tanat's done his qualifying rears, and the best he's done is a 210.2.
Kazma's going to have another little look at this circuit.
Yeah.
So just a final check for race setup for Kazma.
He's still got the qualifying rears on though, so I think it's just for a practice start. There's no way there's any life in that tire left.
No. No, he made it work. Helmi made it work too. They were the 2 riders that, for me, really got the best out of their qualifiers.
Yeah, I think Carl as well going for the same plan as Kazma.
Yeah. unfortunate for Anupam not to get back in. Warning for Ferozi Torikatila, no slowing down.
Yeah, it's a shame for Anupam. I really would have loved to have seen what he could have done. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, with the times so competitive here, he's going to have a real job to. I mean, he'll get through half the field
For sure, yeah.
like a knife through butter, but after that, it's going to be really hard for him this afternoon.
Anupam's a fighter, and we know how good he can be, so we'll see. Rocco's done a really good lap for himself. 2 minute 10.1. He's gone ahead of Tanat. So Rocco provisionally third row for now.
It's really good. Good work by the 16-year-old German.
Yeah, he's right within the right company. Tanat as well, another 16-year-old. So really good from the two. Well, yeah, Tanat's not a class rookie anymore, but from the two young talents coming up. Also just popping the wheel up a little bit. Oh, what a session and what a comeback to Super Sports for Cosmo Daniel. I'm sure there were questions raised. I was wondering as well, can Kasma adapt again? And he has done so, and he's brilliant. And he will start from pole for the race 1 and 2 for round 2 of the Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, smiles from the Hongyong Yamaha pit. As well they might. Kimiko Paz, teammate, start 12th. There's Helmi, Adenantis behind him.
His work ethic is admirable. I mean, he's always on the bike. He barely takes a break.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Helmi will have done 10 laps.
And I feel once again, if this is the season that Helmi chose to try and really push for the championship, he's chosen a real tough season. So many fast riders. Adenanta, when he's on form, absolutely brilliant. Kasma now on top. It's going to be a cracker of a season.
Yeah, I think for Adenanta, he's done enough for himself.
Yep, definitely.
Because he'll start from the second row. And he is a really strong racer.
Yeah, we know how good he is in the race as well. He's consistent. He measures his challenges very well.
I think we've still got Rocco to come through. And he was...
Oh, there's a lizard on track. Kasma avoiding that.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Should have taken a selfie with that.
It's pretty iconic there, Kasma, the Dragon Boy passing
the Komodo dragon.
Komodo dragon.
That's it, right? Yeah. So I think that's Rocco Sessler coming through there. So no, it's not. Rocco pulled in on that final time around. Big thumbs up from Kasma Daniel. He had a great free practice day yesterday, and he's had a really good day today. Let's take a look at the results. 208.709 on that qualifier. He really got the best out of it to take pole position for this afternoon's race 1. Next to him, and just a few thousandths behind, Helmi Azman for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Khairul Pawi, his teammate, will be alongside them. So it's an all Malaysian front row. Adenanta Putra will lead row 2 from Wayuna Groho, and Sharafuddin Azman on row 3. 7th fastest, Reza Danica Arens and Herjin Atla Firdaus. Both of those, of course, for Astra Honda Racing Team. And leading the 3rd row is going to be the young German, Rocco Sessler, as we will see right now. And alongside him, he'll be disappointed with that, Tanak Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. Ferozi Torikatila, pretty decent session 2:10.284 for Ferozi. McKinley Carl Paz for Hongyong Yamaha Racing will start 12th. 13th will be Kitsuda Tadachot and Jakrapat Pedisan. I was pleased to see him out on the bike after that heavy crash yesterday. And Shajin Tong did a best time of 2:13.3, so into the 2:13s for Shajin Tong. 15th fastest, and there was no time, unfortunately, for Anupab Samoon, but that will make this afternoon's race quite spectacular. So that's it. Supersport 600 qualifying is done, and next up, for all you Underbone nerds, stay with us because we've got the Superpole shootout for the top 10. Before that, let's just have a quick look at a recap of the Supersport 600. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes.
Cosma, life in Supersports is looking perfect for you now. Another brilliant start to the weekend. Pole position on your home ground. How are you feeling about it?
Firstly, I want to say syukur alhamdulillah. First pole in Supersport 600. I feel so much powerful and happy. And I hope I can keep this momentum, same as like qualifying to the race. And I will try to, like I said before, I try to keep inside on the track, and I will try to get a point as much as possible. And for sure, I want to win, but we will see for the race.
The conditions are looking perfect during the qualifying session. Is there any concern about the heat later on?
For me, I think I just hoping everything just going well and about the weather and everything, and I will try to push for myself.
Thank you so much, Cosma. Good luck for the race and big congratulations.
Welcome back to qualifying for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are just beginning now the 10-rider Super Bowl shootout. And away there is the number 202 for Racetech 60 Racing, that's Dimas Juli Atmoko. Already out on track will be his teammate and team owner indeed, Wayuaji Trelaksana and April King Moscado. Aditya Fauzi next away. They go away at 20-second intervals in 2 groups of 5. So in the first group, in this order, 10th fastest in this morning's Q2 session was Wayuaji. Next away was April King Moscado, and then it was Dimas Juli, then Aditya Fauzi, and now Husni Zainul Fauzi. So he completes the first group, so they were the riders who were between P6 and P10 earlier this morning in Q2. There is April King Moscado having a much better weekend, I think, Daniel, it's fair to say, for the Filipino rider.
Yeah, I think it's really starting to show, trying to put everything together. Like last time, we always knew that he had the pace, and it was just a matter of like, making it consistent. It's getting better and better for April King and Puma Philippines.
So Wayuaji was the first rider away. We saw him run on his own a little bit in qualifying earlier as a little bit of a practice for Super Bowl. But here he comes, nice and clean through turn 15, across the line to start the clock for his Super Bowl lap. There he goes. 2 times former champion for Underbones. Behind him, April King Moscado from the Philippines. There goes number 43. He goes on his way. The white number on the yellow background.
Yeah, we thought that would be prepared for the round 2, but still have those numbers.
Yeah, and here comes Dimas Juli Atmoko. So we've got 2 Racetech 60 bikes on their Super Bowl laps right now. Next across the line and starting their fast lap is this rider, former Racetech 60 rider, Dimas Juli Atmoko. Go back with Wayuaji. Sector times not meaning too much in these very early stages. Dimas made a good start compared to the other 3. There is Aditya Fauzi with bright green last season. This season he's in pink.
Still being looked after by the Racetech boys, but different bikes. So it's a new challenge for Aditya, but he did a really good effort in Buriram.
Yeah, Racetech's of course synonymous with Yamaha, and Aditya on a Honda this year for JVNW SND Factory Racing. There is the number 60, Wayuaji. Final sector now, making his way down. You see a lone underbone on this Sepang track. You appreciate just how wide it is.
The narrowest part of the circuit is 16 meters, so plenty of options of lines. Here comes Wayuaji now for the first flyer of Super Bowl. Checker flag will be waved. You see it's a long way down to the start-finish line. That's why slipstream in the race is so important. Wayuaji comes across 2:36.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic finishes thanks to this long drag to the line here. April King. He is around the final turn now. Head down, giving it absolutely everything, and he stops the clock at 2:36.6. And here comes the third rider through, Dimas Juliet Moko, number 202. He takes himself to the top, to 35.353, considerably faster than Waiwaji, his teammate. 8.891 advantage there. There's plenty more to come. This is Aditya Fauzi, the number 177. Really exciting young Indonesian rider. Here he comes. Aditya, 2:37.2.
Hosni's on a flyer. Fastest sector 1, fastest sector 3.
And there he
Hosni goes
goes.
2:35.2 for Hosni Zano Fauzi. Zir Elephant HV 969, another strong lap time from them.
Yeah, pretty good. 'Cause that was a good time from Dimas too.
It was. 2:35s are a decent time around here for Superpole. The fastest times you've seen before, Husni has done a 2:34.7 in Sepang back in 2024 in round 5. So I'm sure Husni would have wished and hoped that he could have replicated that, but for now, he is the fastest on track for Superpole. Provisional pole heads to Husni Zano Fauzi.
And they have star-studded second group of 5 to follow. So this is going to be really interesting, but that was a good lap. Actually 2 good laps from Husni and Dimas.
Surprised by Aditya Fauzi's lap. I thought he was going to go a bit faster than that. 2:37.2 for Aditya. It's similar to what we saw in Buriram. He just couldn't piece it together for a proper fast lap, but once racing got underway, slipstream being a help as well.
Yeah, that's the whole beauty of the Super Bowl. It takes away all that. It's just the machine and the rider and the track. The purity really appeals to people. Phil Harlan, who joined us for round 1 in the commentary box, he was saying how much he appreciated the Super Bowl format for Underbone. So we'll wait for the next riders to come up. First to the line will be Shawa Shazras for Extremo Yuzi Asia. Number 61 on a red machine. And then, like the first group, they will go off at 20-second intervals. Really good work done this morning by the 2 Pitspike Superfast riders. So they'll be going 3rd and 4th in this group, and the last rider out, and therefore the fastest in qualifying, will be Nazrul Izzat Bahudin.
Yeah, Nazrul Izzat, he loves it around here in Sepang, and he's given us some surprising performances. He's put himself on the podium, even injured before here, so don't count out Nazrul Izzat. Shahrukh Shazra just now as well, and on his own managed at 2:34, which is, on his own managed at 2:35, with the group managed at 2:34, so we can expect similar times to the top.
Yeah, and looking ahead just a few hours to the race, and what you were saying about that long drag from turn 15 to the finish line, Nazrul does well in those situations, doesn't he?
He really does.
So the red flag is being held out at such an angle that tells me that the rider's coming up to the line. There's Husni. His job's done. Next time we see him will be in race 1 this afternoon. So first up, number 61, Shahrukh Shazras. He goes on his way. And the defending champion will be next away, Fahmi Basan, for Yamaha Elephant HV 969 Indonesia. There he goes, the number 222.
Nice combination of colours there from
It
Fami.
is,
and the
it's
bike.
beautiful, isn't it? It's going to make it really easy for us this afternoon.
Yeah.
Well done, Ben. Again,
Yeah, the liveries have been so nice. They've been
Yeah.
consistent and consistent with design as well. Really beautiful looking
Exactly,
bikes.
Here goes another one lap specialist. Kid Aziz. And his teammate, because they ran together, did an absolutely solid job this morning. Afif Amran. I do fancy Afif this weekend. A
Yeah,
couple of good finishes.
he's been really good. Afif in the national championship has been at the top of the game, and Akid has just been a step behind of Afif this season in the national championships, but both have been good. But right now, Husni, he's the man to beat in Underbone, so it's going to be a tough one. And again, it's Sepang, 2 long straights, huge track. Slipstream will be a factor, and we're going to see a huge group in the race. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and I think some good signs that Nazrul is coming back as well. Let's see how he does now that he'll be out on circuit.
He's been training a lot. He's been working so much on the bike. He'll have something special for us this season.
Yeah, let's hope so, because Nazrul at his best is a sight to behold.
Defending champion Fami Bassa making his way around.
Yeah, that's a good start for him. Fastest sector 3 for Fami.
On the outlet. Unbelievable, Fami
Yeah,
Bassa,
yeah.
confident.
Yeah, I was just like looking at that, thinking, huh?
Oh, that's a sign of things to
So,
come.
yeah, confident.
So Fami, I think
Yeah.
we can guarantee him a spot on the front row.
Yeah, none of them are hanging around on the outlap, are they?
Going straight on it. They want to get as much heat as they can in those tires. Fami Bassam with that alternate tucking in cell.
Yeah.
Husni, we could see tucked in his knees, but Fami
Yeah.
out wide.
Yeah, that's it. Works for him. He's the defending champion.
Yeah, exactly.
What do we know?
Yeah, who are we to judge? Here's Akid Aziz now.
So the clock now running for the first 3 on this Super Bowl final leg.
Shot a decent first sector, 10th and a half off. Still a good one. Oh, even faster as Fami Bassam. Afif Amran now comes across the line to begin his flying lap.
So this is really going to be one to watch now, because here are some of the biggest stars of this category actually.
It was a really good second sector from Shazras, but Akid Aziz goes 4 tenths faster than Shazras, 2 tenths faster than Fami in sector 1. So Akid Aziz, he's on a charge. Nazrul Izzat comes around to begin his flying lap. Fami Bassam fastest sector 2 for now.
Afif, that was a slow sector 1 for him.
Yeah, just slightly faster than Fami Bassam. About a tenth slower than Akid. I think that's that extra weight and height that Afif has
Yeah,
over his
Akid
teammate.
again.
Whoa. A whole tenth faster than Fami Bassam, 2 tenths faster than Shazras.
The kid's reaching for pole position. No
Yes.
doubt about it.
There's Husni there on the bottom left of our screens. He's happy. I mean, he's always a fun character, but for now, his provisional pole is at threat. Shazras the fastest third sector, but we still have Akid Aziz on a hot lap. Fami Bassam lost a bit of time there in sector 3, so the defending champion might not make it on the front row. Is Shazras now around turn 15? Let's see what Shazras can do. He comes now down to the line. Fastest sector 3 from Shazras, and that just got relegated. Akid Aziz fastest throughout every sector now. Shazras goes provisional second, 235.3. Fami Bassam will be the next one. Akid Aziz after Fami. But Akid's on a rapid lap. This will be a 234 coming from Akid, but here's Fami now for LFN.
Fahmi, Akid,
Oh.
if he stitches the last sector together as he did the first three, this is going to take him to provisional pole.
Yeah, that was a perfect sector 4 from Fami Bassam. Afif has done the best sector 3, but for now, Akid Aziz, he's looking at provisional pole. Here comes Akid Aziz across the line. It's a 234.0 for Akid Aziz. Akid goes on provisional pole, and that is a rapid time. Here's his teammate Afif, a really fast sector 3. Is sector 4 good enough for Afif? You can see how much more body there is on that bike compared to Akid.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to beat it, but let's see. No, he really goes
234.6
second.
provisional second.
They ran so well together in qualifying. They've done it again now. Let's see what Nazrul has got. I don't think he's got enough to get onto the front row. Let's see what he comes through as. At the moment, it's Akid, Afif and Fahmi.
Nazrul It's the best he can hope for. Heartbreak that Rosny, he was the pace setter at the start, but the championship leader won't be too concerned. He knows he has the pace. But for Sepang, Holman will be Muhammad Akid Aziz.
Not unaccustomed to that starting position, Akid Aziz. And whenever he goes into Super Pole, I always, if I was a betting man, which I'm not, I would put my money down every time on this Malaysian.
That's the fastest Super Pole lap we've had in the Underbone 150 era in Sepang. Previously was Murugo Vitoni with a 234.1.
Right. So just squeaked it down a bit. Beautiful lap from Akid Aziz. And a beautiful starting position for race 1 in just a few hours' time. So slowing down lap now. We'll have another look at how that session panned out shortly. Daniel makes the relatively short journey down to Park Fermé here at Sepang. So we'll yomp for other circuits. Pittsbike Superfast JRT Racing Team were going to be very pleased with that P1 and P2 in Superpole. Congratulations to them. There it is, 234.094, the fastest ever Superpole lap around here at Sepang. Next up, Afif and Ran, the two Pittsbike riders at the top of the timing screen. They will start P1, P2. Next to them on the front row, Fahmi Bassam. And then it's going to be Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zaya LFN HP 969. Shaul Shazras will start alongside him on the second row. Dimas Juliet Moko for Racetech 60 will start 6th. Wayuaji Trelaksana will start 7th. Nazrul Izzat will start 8th. His best time was 236.287. Sorry, his time, not best time, because it was a single flying lap for Nazrul. And April King Moscado for UMA MMR Yamaha Philippines will start 9th. Aditya Fauzi for JPNW S&D Factory Racing on the Honda will start 10th this afternoon. So we'll take another look at that, but coming up is the climax of morning qualifying. The next session will be the 40-minute straight shootout qualifying session for ASB 1000. So stay with us. We'll be looking again at that Superpole session. And Daniel will have an interview with Akid Aziz coming up shortly. So stay with us. We are here reaching the climax of morning qualifying here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. And race 1 for round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship will be underway this afternoon. So stay with us.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart.
So how's it been
The
out here in
highest
Sepang
quality
Road Race?
engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
Ini memang bagi saya satu memang puas hati lah sebab jauh beza dengan Thailand tu, performance memang baik dan kita tinggal cari sedikit setup lagi untuk lebih konsisten dan fight untuk jadi juara.
So the translation there was they're very satisfied with the performance this weekend. They managed to set a really good time and they're going to keep working for the setup so that they can fight to be number 1 this weekend. Congratulations, Akid. Good luck for the race.
time for ASB 1000 qualifying. The Superbikes, as you can see, coming out of pit lane and heading down towards turn 1. Start of this 40-minute qualifying session. This is round 2 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And it's being held here at Sepang, the Prona Sepang International Circuit. You watch some of the riders getting ready. We had a really intriguing day's practice yesterday. The main thing that really jumped out at us watching yesterday was that Azroy Hakim Anwar, a rookie in this class for this season. There he is on your left, the number 20, just having a little stretch before he gets on his bike. Azroy top 3 qualifying sessions yesterday. There he goes, just trundling out all the way behind his teammate Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan made a really good start to the season with 2 P2s. He couldn't quite overcome Nakarin on Nakarin's home ground in Buriram. But he made a really good start to the season, and Zakwan is very much back on form. He was third quickest on combined times yesterday with a 206.029. And of course these bikes will be using qualifying tyres. The best qualifying time was set back in 2020 by Markus Reiterberger, who went on to become the 2023 champion. They run together as the A1 Energy BMWs 25 and 24. Aslan Shah and Apiwat Wongtananon. Aslan very well accustomed to racing BMWs. Apiwat not so much. This is just his second outing on a BMW. Apiwat's just known for years and years and years as a Yamaha rider, going all the way back to 250s. Former 250 champion, 2024 Supersport champion. Apiwat has done pretty much everything, and now he's on board a BMW. There is the number 55, JDT Ducati. That is Shirin Abdullah. Is on combined times yesterday, 7th quickest, 206.8 was his best time. So we know he has higher expectations of himself than that, so he's got 36 minutes left to make those improvements. So a good chunk of time. All these riders, I think, so far going out on race tyres as expected.
This is the same image as yesterday.
Yeah, and the real story for Daniel and I sitting in the commentary box yesterday was the Suzuki ridden by Adam Noureddin. He impressed us right from the first session with the progress he was making. But then in the third session, the conditions were perfect, and he went out with, as you said, Azroy and Zakwan, trailed them around, and he stayed with them, and he went to the top of the timing screens for a long time. Ended up 4th quickest, 206.1, but coming in on the AMI Suzuki. I don't know how long it is since we last saw a Suzuki here in ARRC, and it's quite a while. So that was perhaps the most exciting thing yesterday. What did you make of it, Daniel?
Yeah, I think Adam just showed his pure skill, and he also brought out the best of the Suzuki. He showed that the Suzuki is the bike that's very much capable of fighting with the very best bikes that we have in the world right now. So I think for Suzuki, this will be a push for them. They'll realize that they can really take this to the top, and they need to really be able to provide Adam what he needs, and that bike will be a winning bike, I'm certain of it.
Well, even if nothing else happens this weekend, Adam has shown that that bike, that team is worth Suzuki investing in.
Yeah, I mean, they have factory support, and I know that the bosses are working closely with Suzuki Japan, so let's hope that develops further. It'll be really good for the sport. Here come the 2 A1 Energy BMWs 206s from the Paradigm, 206.4. I love this teamwork that Aslan and Apiwat have been doing. It's really, really good to see.
Yeah,
Oh.
and yeah, the senior of the two riders, senior in terms of years and experience on BMWs, Aslan, helping Apiwa out, I think, so it's working well for him. Because Apiwa made a really strong start on the BMW, but just pushed a bit too hard, a bit too early. Really needs to get to know the bike a little bit better. And they had no track time between round one, which is a month ago, and now.
205.7 from Azroy on his first flying lap. Honda Racing Malaysia have adopted a third rider in the form of Adam. He's just behind them. He's set himself a 206.6. So that is, compared to yesterday's times, yes, it's a good time, but his fastest yesterday, 206.1.
That's a decent race lap time.
Huff is now going even faster. Huff he loses out in Sector 1 and Sector 2, but his Sector 3 is very, very strong. In Sector 3 now, yeah, he improves up into second to 206.285. That is, Huff is his fastest time of the weekend. We still have yet to see qualifying tires on, so it can only get better.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a related question to qualifying, Daniel, which was you've been outside for a few minutes. What's the sky look like? Do you think they'll be going with early qualifiers?
Well, I mean, the temperatures were cool, and I think for me, I think a lot of them had to figure out what the track temps are like, how the grip is, because it's very, very humid, but it's not at all the typical Sepang hot weather. There's a bit of a breeze, so I think it's wise. We see a lot of them on the normal compounds, get the feel of it, and then make whatever adjustment necessary before slapping on the qualifying tires. Zakwan Zaidi's on a really good lap. Adam Norden as well behind Zakwan and Azroy.
Yeah. So no immediate threat of rain.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for now it looks pretty good. It's an overcast. Zakwan's on a hot one. There he is, number 21. Azroy, fastest Sector 3, 10th and a half faster than Zakwan.
Their new de facto teammate.
Oh, and they've gone 1, 2, and 3. Azroy, 205.6, the fastest time of the weekend by Azroy Hakim Anwar. Zakwan Zadi, 206.0. Adam Norden, 206.2. These three teammates working very well together.
It's a good marker as well, because 205.8 was the time in virtually perfect conditions yesterday. And I think in terms of tyres and racing, the current conditions are comparable. Track temperature.
Quality of this field is amazing, and I think Marcus Reiterberger's lap record now might be a threat.
Stood for a while.
Huff is 206.0.
Yeah, just having a look there at two riders that didn't do quite as well as we thought they might have done yesterday. Kita Abe, I ran into him in the paddock late yesterday evening, and he said that, and I put it to him that we expected him to take another step in the final session in those good conditions. And he said that he was using the new hard front and he just wasn't getting on with it. So it seems that some riders are, and some riders not so much.
Like in Biram, I think it was only Zakwan that ran that new front in the race. Yeah, he enjoyed it a lot.
I spoke to Sal as well, and he said, yeah, Zakwan's running it, Azroy isn't.
Aslan is on a really good lap. Aslan goes 205.8. Aslan Shah, his first 205 of the weekend. Nothing wrong with that A1 Energy BMW. That bike is exactly how Aslan likes it. So 2/10 ahead is Azroy. Azroy is fantastic.
Yep, fast rookie. Good for him. And there's the number 98 going through. Two Japanese riders running there together. Akito Haga. There he is, number 94 on the Aprilia.
Oh, hard on the brakes, Kito.
Really pushing it, waving the rear tyre proudly in the air. There's the number 39, SDG Hark Pro.
I absolutely love how Kito's riding the SDG CBR. He's confident on the bike, and I think he's going to bring out the best of him. We saw it in Buriram. He will find what he needs to find. He's already actually made a good step forward. He's done a 206.7.
Yeah, he told me he was going to revert to the standard
previous tire.
front. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's already a whole half a second faster than he was yesterday, so it's not easy to find half a second around the 1510s of Sepang. Akito Haga in front of him, he's also improving, 209.4.
Yeah, there will have been some high quality chin stroking done in the SDG pit last night, for sure. And we're already seeing the evidence with only just over 10 minutes, 11 minutes gone in this session.
Akito just makes a pass on his fellow compatriot. Akito there still trying to find his way around Sepang. He's getting used to it. He's consistently in the 209s now. So let's see if Akito can find something. Oh, Akito just a bit too aggressive and couldn't get that bike stopped the way he wanted it. I did hear around that a lot of riders were struggling with brake temperatures. They're trying to make sure that it doesn't overheat, that they have consistent braking all throughout.
So he's just pushing the limits. He knows he needs to do that.
Interestingly enough, Azroy, Zakwan, Adam, Apiwat, Lachlan Epis and Andy Farid have all headed back into pit lane, so...
Yeah, let's have a look. Azroy's bike, I think we were looking at. There is Hafiz.
Yeah, so Azroy doing some pointing to the TV screen there as well.
Yeah, Hafiz looking a lot better.
Yeah, this is much more like it from Hafisharin. He always goes well around Sepang, but yesterday it just wasn't coming together for him. But squiggling around as Hafiz gets on the gas through turn 10 into 11. That's Ducati V4. Ducatis love to have a loose rear end, and you can really see in the way Hafiz is riding. He's trying to control it. There's Nakarin. Yeah, Hafiz is not going any faster on this lap.
Story of round one, of course, was that Nakarin took that double win, his first win in this category, first two wins in this category. So by virtue of that, he comes in as the championship leader. Zakwan was second in both races as well. But there are more riders in the mix as potential race winners this time around.
Yeah, it was the perfect weekend in round one for Nakarin on home soil as well. Hafiz on the previous lap did another 206, so a good pace by Hafisharin. There's Azroy, he's looking calm. Seems effortless for him to set these 205s.
It does, yeah, that combination of calmness and focus there.
There's Akito Haga, it's so good to see Aprilia's in ARC. Does need a bit of work there, that bike. I think it has what it takes. It's just a matter of putting it all together into a package that can really take them to the top. Kevin Dunker had a really big crash yesterday, but he's completely fine. He was working on the bike himself as well this morning.
Yeah, that's it. Aussie grit.
Yeah.
We love it. And coming there from the 17-year-old, he really is highly rated back in his native Australia.
Interesting. Akito Haga running the hard option fronts for the session. Perhaps trying to find a bit more stability.
That's the Suzuki. Gave us so much excitement yesterday. And I saw them an hour or so after the session finished. They were still smiling in that pit.
Yeah, having a chat with Adam Norden, he's so happy with how the performance went. He also didn't expect that he could go this far, and they exceeded their own expectations. And he said the main thing that they've just been working on is the tuning, the mapping, because they don't have the parts that a Honda or Yamaha would have right now. The team was formed very recently, so they have to work with what they have, and they've done a fantastic job. Top 5 in this session right now for qualifying on race compounds.
Yeah, looking at top speeds as well, because that's always a question. This kind of circuit, 286 top speed, Adam recorded.
It's over 10 kilometers per hour slower than the BMWs and the Hondas.
And that's going to make it difficult for him in the race.
The thing is, we have seen top speed deficits like for Kazma as well, but they've made it work by getting that extra grunt out of the turns, a bit more stability. So that's again the struggle for Suzuki. I think the Suzuki has a bit more top speed than the Hondas, than the Yamahas, according to my memory, if it serves well. But they'll have to focus on corner speeds. That will be where the strength will be. He did mention it has great stability in the turns, so again, that would be another focus. Try to improve that, because to catch the top speed of the engine of the BMWs and the Hondas is going to be difficult.
Just a cheeky little smile and a wave there on that long shot through the Suzuki pit, the AMI Suzuki pit.
Ooh, Joe Francis has set a 2:09.3. That's a really good time for him. I think he may be on the qualifying rears. Because, for example, if you just take some comparison, Joe Francis has a 26 km/h top speed deficit, but he's making it work by using his stature to his advantage to muscle that bike through.
Yeah, Aslan Shah about to go out for another stint. Be having a look at the rear of his bike. There's Andy Farid. Andy has a bit of a quiet start to the season. I had him marked down as a potential champion. It was just like a little bit missing. And the margins are so fine at this level. Let's see what he can do. So Andy Farid is Dehart. His third season in Superbikes before coming to Superbikes in 2023. He took the Supersport 600 Championship in 22 and there you go, same two again, looking around, but no, Adam's still in the pits, perhaps they were looking around for their little brother.
Yeah. Yeah, both of them were checking, so they are very much aware of Adam's presence.
Yeah. The camera rolls in. Pit box there. Fizz is in there, couldn't quite see what they're doing with the rear tyre. We're not halfway through this session yet, so plenty of time to do another stint before the qualifiers go on.
Yeah, I think Hafiz is just looking at that lap time that Azrai set just now, and he knows if Azrai gets those qualifying rears on, it's going to be difficult. So I think he's going to wait and see what Azrai is capable of doing.
Yeah, he might as well wait and watch what goes on for the next 3 laps of these two.
Because Azrai's lap on the race compounds was good enough for front row last year.
Yeah.
But then again, it's no guarantee that he's going to go faster in the qualifying rears, but it is the pattern that we usually see.
That's right, we're in the MotoGo Yamaha pit there with Cameron Dunker. Best time so far, 10.9 for him. Azrai just streaking away a little bit.
Azrai has just been that little bit faster than Zakwan this weekend. Here come Aslan and Apiwat. Aslan has qualifying rears on, so everyone's getting those tires fitted.
Yeah.
Adam finally comes out.
Yeah, so mid-session. It looks like qualifiers are De Rigueur. Number 41 there is Nakarin. Double winner last time out. Let's see what he's wearing. Lachlan Epis, Savitar Team Asia, also coming out just ahead of Aslan.
Yeah, I think Lachlan's trying to latch behind Nakarin there. Nakarin's been a bit quiet in this session. 206.3. Hard tires, hard front tires for him. said Azroy for Zakwan, yeah. So Azroy is running the medium front. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Zakwan run a hard front. At least not this weekend.
Yeah, Sal from Dunlop told me that Zakwan favours the new front as we were talking.
Azroy's gone fast.
Azroy prefers the traditional front tyre.
Azroy's gone really quick through Sector 1, but Zakwan goes faster through Sector 2. They found their little brother there, Adam Norodin. He's in front of them. So he might actually get the best position. He might actually just be able to latch on behind them when they get past.
Yeah, this could work out nicely.
There we go. Oh, Adam Norodin with a bit of a squiggle on the rear. Here come the two Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia boys for their first flying lap on qualifying rears. It's hard to say who's faster. They're trading sector times.
Yeah, different tyre combinations on the front.
Oh,
hard for Zakwan, medium for Azroy.
Near identical sector 3 times from them, so it's all about sector 4. They will have at least 2 more flying laps on the qualifying race, but this is most definitely going to be a 2:05 for Zakwan, but how much lower?
That error just cost Adam Norodin a little bit, allowed Nakarin to get in front of him.
2:04 from Azroy Hakim Anwar, 2:04.928, 2:05.0 from Zakwan Zaidi, and here come Nakarin and Adam Norodin. Don't forget, the two Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia boys still have 2 more laps in those tires, but the 2:04, we haven't seen that since Marcus Reitzenberger.
Way back in 2020, so that's within reach now.
I thought Azroy lost it on that lap. He was slower than Zakwan in sector 2 and 3, but sector 1 and 4 he was perfect. Apiwat now goes quick in sector 1. He's fastest through in sector 1.
Yep, good. Yeah, they're running together again, aren't they? The two BMWs, two A1 Energy BMWs. There is Apiwat. Set that very quick sector 1. There's Adam.
Yeah, this is Adam's his first time in the qualifying grid, so there'll be a lot of adjustment.
Nakarin improving, as you would expect, on that sticky rear.
Alan Shah went fast in sector 1, but in sector 2, that's why Apiwat's on his own now. He lost Alan Shah somewhere.
Yeah, Apiwat just a couple of seconds back from Adam Norodin on track.
Oh, Apiwat goes faster in sector 3. Tell you what, Apiwat might be on course for a 2:04. He's faster to sector 1 and 3. It's all about sector 4 now. He will have a slight toe from the dirty air behind Adam and Nakarin. This is going to be a 2:04 from Apiwat. He might be on provisional pole in his rookie season aboard the BMW. Here he comes now, Adam Norodin, to complete his first flying lap of qualifying race. But here's Apiwat Wongtananon, 2:04.597. That is the new qualifying lap record for the ASB 1000s. Apiwat Wongtananon has entered the room.
Yeah, hasn't he just? And we still have 15 minutes remaining in this session. So he goes to the top after a quiet day yesterday and a quiet start to this session, but really making that qualifying tyre work now.
How has Apiwat done this? He wasn't on the pace yesterday. He was all the way down in 8th in combined practice.
Yeah, he was really quiet, and he didn't do many laps yesterday either.
His fastest was a 2:07, and now he's coming to qualifying with a 2:04.5, the lap record around here in Sepang for the ASB 1000s.
Yeah, here comes Lachlan Ethis. Didn't see the rear of his bike, but I guess he is on qualifiers too. That's Azroy. 2:04.9. And yes, that was a good time, but it's just been trimmed by Apiwat all the way to a lap record, qualifying lap record
Aslan's a really good one. This is similar sector times to Apiwat's lap earlier, so Aslan might be able to put 2 BMWs onto the front row. Aslan won't know about it, but as of right now, his teammate is the provisional pole man for the race this weekend. Nakarin's not finding life easy on the qualifying rears right now.
No, he's pushing, but he's not really stitching it together.
Decent from Lachlan episode, the 206.454 on the qualifying rears. Here's Nakarin. It's a bit of a messy lap from Nakarin. There we go. He has to bail from turn 15. That's unfortunate for Nakarin. Here's Adam and Apiwat. Apiwat's not on a faster lap, but Adam is improving. It's going to be a lower 205 from Adam. It's a 205.5. Here's Nakarin on the exit of turn 8.
Yeah, he lost time there, and then he lost a whole load more time at turn 15.
Yeah, so yeah, that was turn 11 there for Nakarin. That's a scary place to lose the rear tire. Aslan's come across sector 4 and not satisfying enough for Aslan. You can see there he's not too happy. 4th place for now, 205.0, and I think that's Aslan's qualifying rear tires cooked.
Yeah, so the dream front row double, probably not going to happen for A1 Energy, but they can be pretty pleased with what they've done anyway, even if you pull the red flag out now.
Have this shine. This is his fast lap. Yeah, this is not an out lap. So sector 1 he's lagging behind by about 2/10. Sector 2 he's behind by another 2/10. Sector 3 similar as well. So as of right now, it's not looking hopeful for Hafiz. He'll be, I think, just outside of the front row for the race with this lap, but he does have 2 more laps to go. Cameron Duncan in front of Hafiz there. Kito Abe, he hasn't gone on his qualifiers.
Still got some time. I think SDG are really concerned with the race setup.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Hafiz goes 5th, 205.1. That is actually faster than his qualifying time last year, but the pace has risen. New names coming in as proper contenders, so Hafiz has to really, really push.
Yeah, Kito Abe currently down in 10th. Provisional 4th row start. Hafiz really pushing there. He's got Cam Duncan behind him.
Yeah, Cameron was telling me that the difficulty for him is that the track is the biggest track he's ridden on, so it's hard to find his lines, and even when he tries to follow riders like Hafiz, by the next 2 turns he's already lost sight of what line they were using, so he's still learning the track.
Following other riders isn't that easy. People think, oh, you're getting a toe and being lazy, whatever. No, it's not like that.
Proper challenging.
Yeah.
But he is going faster now, so I think Cam Duncan still can reach the likes of Akito Haga, who hasn't gone on qualifiers. He's just come out on qualifying rears. So has Kito Abe. Sorry, Kito Abe hasn't come out, so it's just Akito of the 2 Japanese riders that we have. Hafiz is going faster. This is a potential 2-0, a lower 205 or a much higher 204. So possible for a front row start for Hafiz. That's of course if Andy Farid and Kito Abe don't change the script. Oh, Hafiz fast in sector 3, tell you what. Despite sector 2 not being that great, his sector 3 was perfect.
Yeah, watching into that last sector, he did look really, really neat and fast.
Here comes Hafiz now into turn 15. He has to make this one nice and clean. Gets on the gas, a bit of a squiggle from the rear tire, but he's on to the front straight. Will it be a dream? Round 2 for Hafiz Shadin. Comes across the line. 2nd place for Hafiz Shadin for now. 204.7.
So, if you want variety, you've got BMW, Ducati and Honda on the front row.
So 3 riders into the 204s. Again, this is the fastest qualifying session we've had.
Yep. Those 204s.
Oh, someone's gone off.
Yeah.
Just heard a crash. Is that Cameron Duncan still there? So that's good. But someone's definitely gone off. Akito Haga did just come out. Kito Abe also just came out. Andy Farid as well.
Yeah, debrief for Apiwat in the O1 Energy Pit. He's got a .161 advantage on his provisional pole position, and it is Akito Haga who went down there. That we heard the scraping.
And he hasn't remounted, so that bike must have something broken off that he can't continue. Doesn't look that badly damaged, but that's at turn 1 itself. So yeah, it's just bended there. I'm surprised he didn't remount and try to continue on, because that bike's not taking much damage at all.
No, just pivoted round on the widest part of the left side.
It's a bit of a shame. I was hoping that we get to see what the Aprilia can do. Joe Francis has done a 2:08, so really, really good effort from Joe Francis. I mean, for comparison's sake, the last time Victor had a 1000cc here, I think the fastest time was a 2:12 on qualifying race. So Joe Francis has found 4 seconds. Here's Andy Farid on his qualifying race.
So he looks determined. He's currently got a best of 2:06.7, so more than 2 seconds down on qualifying tyres for the provisional pole sitter, Apiwat. See what he can make of it. Oh, we're about to see the best that Andy Farid has got, because we know how good that is. Having a push now. 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. So not done yet, not when you've got the riders of the quality of Andy Farid, of Nakarin, although Nakarin has done his qualifiers.
Kito is actually really quick. Kito has done Sector 2 nearly the fastest Sector 2, just a couple of thousandths off. Sector 1 he's lacking a bit, just 2/10 off, but Kito's on it. Kito might be on for at least a second row. So all that work that SDG puts in, the amount of laps that they do, they really deliver results.
Aslan back out on mediums. Here comes Zakwan also. The camera focuses helpfully in on his tyres. He's still running that hard front and the medium rear. That works for him.
Oh, look at how aggressive Kito is into turn 15. This lap won't be enough for Kito, but he has another one. Nice little power wheelie out of turn 15 onto the straight. Kito Abe goes 8th fastest, 2:05.5. Andy Farid in front of him, 2:05.3.
Kito might be able to lift this a bit more on this next flying lap. 6 minutes remaining, and the top runners and riders all having really shown us their best on qualifiers, except possibly for Andy. But Andy, this isn't going to disturb the front row this lap, based on Sector 1. Abe quicker through Sector 1 than Andy Farid, quicker through Sector 2 as well.
Yeah, Sector 2 is lacking a little bit, but he's faster than Andy in Sector 2. Sector 2 has been the strongest portion, but Sector 1 he's improved by a 10th compared to the last lap, so it will be a slight improvement for Kito Abe.
Kito Abe again getting a little bit out of shape, but keeping it pinned.
Get through turn 11 to 12. That switch of direction, he's so aggressive.
Yeah.
That front tire is just barely on the ground, and Sector 3 is improved again, so it's a decent one coming in from Kito Abe. It's not going to be enough to knock Andy Farid off 7th, I think. But Andy Farid might be on for 6th place. Here comes Kito Abe into turn 15. A bit more composed. Oh, and actually, you know what? A lot of sliding in. he likes riding like that. He's super aggressive, and he's making that Honda work, making the Dunlop tires work. Andy goes provisional 6th. Quito remains at 8th. He has improved to a 205.4, but he needs a little bit more.
Zakwan barging his way past in a clean way. Past Fahmi Abdul Wahab. That Ducati not really on, hasn't been really on the pace.
Session's quite down a little bit.
Yeah, because there isn't. Yeah, not much is going to upset the order on the first 2 rows at least. Adam Noureddin down in 9th currently. But as you said, Daniel, he was out on the qualifiers for the first time. Might have been pushing a bit too much, or just you need a slightly different setup.
Still a great result for Suzuki to be able to be within a second of the fastest
mid
bike.
205s. Yeah.
Unbelievable. And on race compounds, we know that they're quick, so it will be interesting. One thing about Adam is his race pace is amazing. He manages tires very well. So we'll see what happens in the race later on. For now, it looks like Apiwa Wangtananon is for the first time our pole man in the ASB 1000s, 204.5. The last person to do these times on a BMW was Marcus Reiterberger.
Yeah, a late look around for Hafiz. Where's the practice start marker?
If I remember correctly, it's right at the end of turn 14 on the right side of the track.
Oh, okay.
Left
Oh
side
yeah,
of our
that
screens.
makes perfect sense, yeah.
They have changed it on occasion to the end of turn 3, but I think for Superbikes they've maintained the back straight. Such a gorgeous bike, that Suzuki.
Yeah, it is. It's everything you imagine a motorbike should look like,
It's
isn't
the
it?
only one without winglets.
Yeah, that's why, I guess.
Beautiful bike. Love the new livery as well for A1 Energy. It came in with that all white and very business looking design, but now it looks like a real race bike.
Yeah, it does look good. There is the formidable Azroy. This is the first session that he hasn't topped this weekend. But he's still looking good for a front row start. That is good enough.
He will have the inside line going into turn 1, and Azroy is really good with the race start, so a good start and a bit of pace control from Azroy should do him good.
Zakwan looks like he's going to be leading the second row. Again, decent starting position. That is also good enough. Zakwan back on form. And really making that medium rear hard front combination work for him. BMW is also doing that. Just check that one more time. Got 2 of them here on our screens. Yeah, Apiwa also running a hard front, medium rear. So he likes the new tyre. That's it, that's the session done for the front runners. And it does look very much like BMW, Ducati, Honda on the front row. So if you like variety, you've got it. And Apiwa will be absolutely delighted after a quiet, disappointing first outing at Buriram and a quiet practice day yesterday. He's going to be really pleased with that. You can see the BMW engineers discussing what has gone right, very much right in that session, because they are on the front 2 rows. And that included legendary data engineer Peter Bohm, who's again with the team this weekend. So obviously he's gelling well with the team and the riders. Here comes Kito Abe for the final time into turn 15. Gently around, I think that rear qualifier is shot. So that was just a sighting lap to look around and perhaps make sure he's on track so he can do a practice start at the end of the session. So what an intriguing session that was, with a few surprises. Azroy Topfold, you can call it that, because he's still on the front row, but he was supreme yesterday and they're caught up. And perhaps the biggest improvement has been, the biggest improvements probably equal the other 2 riders on the front row, Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT and Apiwat Wongtananon for A1 Energy. All 3 riders on the front row in the 204s. So there we are, as we look at the hoarding there for long-term sponsor KYT. There it is, 204.597, the fastest ever qualifying lap in ASB 1000 for A1 Energy's Apiwat Wongtananon. Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team on the Ducati next up. And on the outside, sorry, the inside of the front row here at Sepang is Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. His teammate Zakwan Zaidi leads the second row from Azlan Shah, and Andy Farid Izdihar. And on the third row, double race winner last time out and championship leader therefore, Nakarin Atirapupapat for Honda Racing Thailand. Next to him, Kito Abe and Adam Noradin on the AMI Supersport Suzuki. Here it comes on the next page. You can see there's just a second and a half covering the top 10 here. There it is, Adam in 9th. Lachlan Epis, 10th quickest with a 206.1. That's much better from the Australian for Savitar Team Asia. Joe Francis came through for Victor Racing, did 208.6, that's 11th best. Akito Haga, who crashed late in the session for Team Tataras Aprilia, 12th. 13th Cameron Dunker on the Motogo Yamaha Racing Team R1. Jiu Joe was 14th and 15th for FGRT Project 1 on the Ducati with Fahmi Abdul Wahaf. Those will be your 15 starters for a race 1 this afternoon. Racing conditions have been perfect this morning, as indeed they were later yesterday afternoon. But that is qualifying done. When we come back, and we'll be back at 12, I beg your pardon, 12:30. Right, beg your pardon. We'll be back at 1:05 local time for TVS One Make Championship. They will lead the way, and there'll be Underbones, AP250, Supersport 600s, ASB 1000, and the mighty Des Corkill will be with us in the commentary box for this afternoon. We'll see you at 1 p.m.
Apiwat, it's a fantastic result for you in qualifying. You absolutely smashed the lap record on your second time, your second race weekend on the BMW. Tell us about qualifying.
Yeah, and yesterday it was difficult for me because the free practice 1 and 2, and I lose the time. Problem with the ACU, but I trade in the free practice 3, only free practice 3. But yeah, today I make setting in the new and everything new, and I try to many lap, but I can get the best record. Yeah, I think I can do it in the race. We will see in the race.
Thank you so much. Big congratulations to you.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu